27th, 2024. We will call this meeting to order. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called, and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. And now we'll move on to item 1B, which is pledges to the United States flag and Texas flag, followed by a moment of silence. And tonight, Lea Bernal from Kingsbury will lead us in the pledges.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Lea. Now we'll move on to item 1C, Superintendent announcements.
Good evening, Matador Nation. Thank you for joining us this evening. I would like to share a recap since our last regularly scheduled board meeting, plus highlight a future event. Members of the Seguin ISD Bond Oversight Committee met on January 30th. This was the first meeting of the stakeholder group who will meet quarterly for the duration of our 22-23 bond projects to receive updates on progress, timelines, and financials. Their next meeting is scheduled for April 16th and will include a tour of the baseball and softball complex. Speaking of, the ceremonial groundbreaking for the Seguin ISD baseball and softball complex was held on January 31st. Student athletes from our baseball and softball teams were on hand, along with plenty of gold shovels and hard hats to signify the start of construction for this Bond 2023 project. Thanks to all who attended this community event. The spring semester always brings an abundance of fine arts events and competitions, and our Seguin High School fine arts programs are certainly in the thick of it. The examples are many. Members of the Seguin High School Choir performed at the San Antonio Spurs basketball game on January 31st. The Seguin High School Indoor Drumline competed at the TECA Wagner Indoor Percussion Contest and placed first in their class on February 3rd. They also took first place at the San Antonio Madison TECA Regional Contest. The Seguin High School Winter Guard competed at the TECA Wagner Winter Guard Contest and placed second in their class. The Seguin High School Mariachi received first division ratings from all three judges at regional UIL held in San Antonio. The first division rating qualified the ensemble for state UIL competition, which was held in our Performing Arts Center this past weekend, where 89 mariachi programs from across the state performed. Additionally, at the North Texas Ballet Folklorico Contest, Seguin High School Varsity earned First Division Small Ensemble. Seguin High School Theater has 4 national qualifiers. Congratulations to Eleanor Crittenden, near Gabriela Casares, Faithlin Vasquez, and Aiden Vargas. Eleanor also earned the distinction of Texas Theater Scholar. At the Crowd Pleasers Dance Competition held in Dripping Springs on Saturday, the high school Star Steppers received Grand Champion Team, and the officers brought home the Officer Grand Champion Award. I am so proud of our talented students as well as the educators, sponsors, coaches, and family members who are also instrumental in their success. Keep up the great work. To conclude, the 3rd Annual Kite Festival, co-sponsored by Seguin ISD and the City of Seguin, is a free community event featuring family, fun, music, games, arts and crafts, and of course, kite making and kite flying. The event is Saturday, March 23rd from 10 to 1 at Manuel Castilla Park. We really hope to have a windy day on March 23rd. I wish everyone a safe and enjoyable spring break, and remember, it's a great day to be a Matador.
Thank you, Dr. Ricky. Before we move to item 1D, which is the board member reports, we're going to move on to item 4A, which is Seguin ISD proposed start and stop times for the 2024-2025 school year. And having said that, item 4A will not be presented today. District staff needs more time to fully understand the impact of the proposed changes to the start and stop times for the 2024-2025 school year. The review process includes student, staff, and community feedback. We appreciate all the valid concerns that were brought to our attention for further review. However, we're still going to continue with item 3, which is items with the board. So the next item now will go to item 1D, board member reports, and we'll start with Mr. Amador.
This month I was taken on a tour of the new site for the McQueen School that we will be building sooner than later. And maybe we'll also see the next schools in Jefferson and Winder. We look forward to that. But the new site is very nice. It will be better.
So, like Dr. Vigil said, lots of activities going on this past month for springtime. But most recently, last week, I was able to do a tour of AJVs, the new AJV spaces that we have taken over. There's just a little bit more to be tied up over there, but man, I gotta tell you, that whole school has just gone through a great transformation from, you know, being a little spoiled. My 6th grader was there, and going in there the 6th grade year was a little rough. But going in there this year, going in there this past week with the different color systems for the different blocks, every grade having its own little type of furniture, and all the way everything's working together over there, the garage doors rolling up, and then they all would collaborate together. It's just really exciting. Drawing on tables, like something the wife and I were like trying to talk about, like because they all have dry erase markers or dry erase tops to their tables, so they can actually take notes and draw all over the desks and not get in trouble for it. Like, it's fantastic. But really great spaces, really great environment for learning over there. I know there's a lot of good work to be coming out of there. And Ms. Guzman, if you could remind me, what is the motto above the door as you leave?
Oh goodness, you're gonna put me on the spot. It says, "Go forth and lead."
Go forth and lead. And big, bold letters as they're walking out the doors. Super cool, great environment, and they do have all the furniture in the cafetorium now. So if your parents want to come and visit and have lunch with your kids, there's a special space for that. And we really encourage the community to try and take advantage of as much open time that they have over there for tours and activities and see all the great things that are being done there.
Well, good evening, everyone. And I've been a little busy. I was reflecting back and I forgot, what are you going to talk about during your report? But I went to a play-in basketball game for our Matador boys basketball and enjoyed that. they had a great season, so I wish them all the best as they continue on learning that sport and competing. And was able to go to, also on the tour to see the new McQueenie site. We also took a quick tour through the baseball and softball fields, which are really coming along quickly. You drive by every day and something else is added, so that's very exciting. And also was on the tour at 8JB, and it is just beautiful, and I almost got a little choked up. It's just, you have to go see it if you haven't been over to 8JB. Also, I would be remiss if I don't mention that attended the Seguin Education Foundation's Mardi Gras event, and I'm happy to report that it was kind of exceeded our expectations, and we've set a record. They raised $117,000 that will go back into the Seguin ISD school system. So we're excited about that. $10,000-ish was raised for the Outdoor Learning Center, so that was exciting as well. And I was also able to go to the mariachi competition, and that is fantastic. If you ever have an opportunity to hear them at anything they play at, it will just warm your heart. They are fantastic. Thank you.
Well, I tell you, the shining star right now at Seguin ISD is AJB for sure. It's a beautiful facility. Ms. Guzman did an awesome job giving us a tour of it. I will give her some kudos for her ability to multitask during the tour. It's pretty amazing that she can do the things she does over there. So, good job. But if you get a chance, go over there and see it. I told her before we left, I said it's one of the things that, you know, as a board member, you actually get to see the finished results, and it's not completely finished yet, but you know, it makes all the work you do in here worthwhile. That's one of the things that makes it worthwhile. But it really gives you, you know, a moment of pride in our school system when you see what's going on over there.
I attended a few things, including just a couple, including the Education Foundation event. But I think the one that stands out for me in the past month was Destination Imagination. Seguin ISD hosted DI for the first time in about 20 years. And so it was so nice to see the participation from our students and staff putting on the event, volunteering their time to be appraisers and to just host the event. Our own Pam Krippner and Michael Olstad received the Diamond Award from Destination Imagination for their years of service, so that was really cool. And then of course, the creativity of our kids never ceases to amaze me. And from the littlest ones, and they're coming in very seriously with their props and costumes and all their stuff, up to the high schoolers. They really made us proud, and we have 2 teams going to state.
Well, I was not one of the ones that got to see Breezy, and now I feel really left out. And so I definitely, oh, you didn't either, so we'll have to go for sure. I was not able to do it that day. Some of the things I did this past month is I was able to stop in on the breakfast recognizing the street crossing ladies and gentlemen. And that was really neat. I got to sit down and visit with the families and themselves, and they were very proud of what they had done for the children in our district. So it was a lot of fun to do that. And then from there, I went over to the food distribution that the transition class puts on, along with the construction kiddos that help out. And this is my second time to do that, so I'm kind of one of the crew now. So I go do carrots with Maya, and I get orange fingers, but that is the most well-run food distribution I've seen in a long time in all the places that people go to, and there was a lot of people that came through that day. Recently, I went to Ball. They had their book fair this year, this week, and I got to go on one of the days where I volunteered, and I got to help out the kids pick out books to put on their list to send to parents. So that was a lot of fun to take them around and show them all the books and ask them what they liked. It's kind of the language arts teacher in me that I fell right into that part. I didn't get to go to the Mardi Gras one, the Education Foundation, because I had a training, but I did go out and help and set up for it, so that was fun. And I did get to go to the groundbreaking of the softball fields. So it was great times in Matador Nation.
Thank you. I did attend several events, but I really wish I would have done the AJB tour. Sounds too good. But I've been there before, one-on-ones, Design James, and he usually gives me some one-on-ones, and Bill Lewis. Working in Austin, sometimes it's hard for me to come during the day and then go back to Austin. But one of the things I'll just focus on that I did attend is the February 21st, the Region 20 Grassroots meeting. And basically that's when different districts from Region 20 get together and select or prioritize 5 key areas that they can take to the next legislative session, which will start in January of next year. So it's coming around pretty quick. And the 5 that were voted upon was a teacher recruitment / retention / increased salaries. Number 2, increasing the basic allotment. Number 3, opposition to vouchers. Number 4, school safety and security. And number 5, mental health resources. So this will be the top 5 that will focus on. Of course, they'll add a lot of details below those bullets for the next meeting.
Mr. President, I have one more. It wasn't an event that I attended, but just this past week, we all received an email from the Laredo School District Mariachi Director thanking our transportation, and I would be remiss if we didn't take this opportunity right now to send a big thank you to the transportation folks that came in on that Saturday to help repair the Laredo bus. So those people weren't stranded, those students were stranded. They were able to compete here and then have a nice safe ride home. So thank you, Student Services and Transportation, for all your guys' hard work continuing, not just keeping our buses on the road, but also keeping our visitors' buses on the road. It's fantastic, and we really appreciate it.
So now we'll move to item 2, recognition / campus presentations. 2A, student / staff / board / community recognition. Dr. Vicky will lead the
Mrs. Lyons is going to do Sean's duties today.
Good evening, Dr. VP, Board President Guerra, Board of Trustees, community, Superintendent, Student of the Month. Each month, our campus principals designate a deserving student we are privileged to honor during our regular school board meeting. We are proud of our Matadors to have the outstanding students with us tonight. Students, please step forward with your family as we announce your name to receive the Superintendent Student of the Month Award. Leah Burnell. Leah is a 4th grade student at Kingsbury Elementary School. Her teachers report that she always demonstrates the characteristics of Kinnicky champion. She is a model student, collaborates with her dual language classmates as a biliterate student, and she always exhibits model citizenship. Her character and academic traits contribute to the legacy of excellence at Kinnicky. Leah's parents are Cynthia and Ivan Burnell. Congratulations, Leah. Hunter Hopkins. Hunter is a 5th grade student at McQuinney Elementary. His teachers share that he is an exceptional role model. Hunter demonstrates excellent behavior inside and outside the classroom. He displays initiative, honesty, respect, compassion, responsibility, and leadership. He is an A honor roll student and also a member of the McQueenie Safety Patrol. Hunter's parents is Tara and Ryan Hopkins. Congratulations, Hunter. Zoe Martinez. Zoe is a 6th grade student at Brismeister Middle School. According to Principal Guzman, Zoe comes to class every day with a great attitude and is always ready to learn. She exemplifies what it means to be an AJB Toro. She is helpful and kind to others, a leader among her classmates, and is responsible. Zoe is a great thinker and has been a joy to teach this year. She is an all-AB student and in band and pre-athletics. Zoe's parents are Marcia and Justin Martinez. Congratulations, Zoe. April Cuna. April is a 9th grade at Seguin High School. Seguin High School, sorry. She participates in the Matador dance and band programs. Coach Valenzuela says that April's peers look to her leadership skills and that she looks forward to continuing to grow as a leader. Mr. Weatherspoon adds that April is a go-getter and is determined to excel in all of her endeavors, assisting her classmates any way she can. Despite being active in both of these programs, April has earned straight A's during the last 2 grading periods. April's mother is Mariana Gonzalez Leal. Congratulations, April.
Matador Nation, next is the Apple Award. The recipient of this month's Apple Award embodies what it means to be a literacy leader and team player at Seguin High School and in our district. She not only leads library activities with first-rate customer service for students and educators, she also supports technology deployments and partners with teachers on classroom lessons. She is the creator of the popular, quote, bathroom stall professional development, unquote, where one can get a 1-minute briefing on a topic to help make work more effective. She also promotes a program called, quote, currently reading, unquote, to highlight staff reading collections. Her impact is felt district-wide. She serves as a mentor librarian for those at other campuses, and her commitment to keeping our district reading and growing is evident in her promotion of Beanstack. She promotes a positive campus culture through events like Bring Your Own Mug for Cold Weather Days, that even includes live coffee shop style music by Seguin High School students during lunches, and is diligent about promoting campus safety. When people refer to the library being the heart of the school, this adage is exemplified when you have a stellar and impactful matador such as Seguin High School librarian, Jackie Silvius.
Hi, Dawn.
Congratulations.
The next item is 2B, under campus highlights, and Grace Mueller will do the introduction.
This evening, we are mighty proud to learn about activities and initiatives in our schools. Let's welcome McQueen Elementary School Principal Tricia Eccles, who is here to highlight the work of her AVA team and the impact they are making on their campus. She has an awesome ACE program too.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Trustees, Dr. Behill, and Superintendent Leadership Team for providing us this opportunity to highlight the work of our AVID team and the support that they provide teachers, which ultimately supports our students. We know teacher success equals student success. So at McQueenie, our vision is no excuses, no exceptions, we succeed. And our mission is building meaningful relationships that empower our community and inspire tomorrow's leaders. So our theme for the year is it just me? It's probably just, there it is. Our theme for the year is one team, one dream, and one vision. It is a collective responsibility to ensure that all students K through 5 are successful, no matter their background. That really drove us to be an AVID campus, and they'll talk about that a little bit more. So our goals, our first goal for our campus is growth mindset. We're asking our kids to do really hard work. So the growth mindset for our teachers and students is really important. These goals are included in our weekly staff newsletters. Then our second goal are here's some of our classrooms and how they promote a growth mindset and how they practice the power of yet. Our second goal is writing across all content areas. Writing is one of the most cognitively complex tasks that we can ask students to do, and it increases retention while deepening the understanding of the new learning. So that's our second goal. Not only, of course, we write in all of our reading language arts classes, but we also write in science. Here's one of our teachers, cross-curricular development with grammar, specifically prepositions, and tied it in with her science lesson. Students are writing sentences with prepositions that they're using. They get up and they share, they get students' initials. So we're writing in science, and then we're writing in math. So part of Eureka Math with application problem and problem solving is read, draw, write. So students not only write an equation, but they write a statement, a complete sentence. And Ms. Style is a kindergarten teacher. Those babies, they talk in complete sentences like little bitty adults, and that carries on from grade level to grade level. So if they can think it, they can speak it, they can speak it, they can write it. Our third goal is high quality instruction. All teachers, all day, every classroom providing high quality instruction. So our common language for high quality instruction, comprehend, connect, and communicate. Students make and justify their choices, create and use stimuli, and think, talk, and write. So with that, those goals, being a former academic dean at Weiner and AVID site coordinator, I asked Ms. Jaramillo if we could carry over the AVID initiative from Weiner to McQueenie, and I felt it aligned perfectly with our campus goals. And with the new STAR 2.0, we are asking students to think at much deeper levels of understanding, especially with the new test item types. Tests have been the same, but with the new assessment types, change in assessment types meant a change in instruction. So we brought on AVID to support our teachers, and our AVID team is here. Our 2 out of our 3 members are here, and I'm going to introduce them at this moment.
Miss Moreno is not here with us this evening. She's feeling a little under the weather. Miss Stiles is here, and our Avid site coordinator, Miss Maxie. So I'm going to hand it over to them.
As we transition into our Avid presentation, I hope that you will grow with us tonight by getting ready to learn, reviewing what you know, opening your mind, and wondering and asking.
Good evening. I think of Avid as not just another program that we need to implement in our classrooms or in our school. Avid is a change in our thinking. It's changing how we view ourselves and how we view education, how we view that instruction that we deliver each day to our students. It's a change in how we view them and their potential and their growth, and also a change in how we view the culture of our classroom. Avid supports our students by laying a strong framework, a strong baseline for their academic habits that will carry on year into year. Also, Avid supports our students by cultivating a growth mindset. And this growth mindset takes along with it a ripple effect in that it continues to grow from grade level to the next grade level. Also, it supports our students by creating a culture that is welcoming, that is nurturing, that is safe, but also encourages them to take risks. We feel very strongly that the way Avid supports our students lines up with Seguin ISD's strategic goal of college, career, military readiness for all of our kiddos, no matter their age. We feel that this Avid approach supports our students from crayons to college.
As part of our Avid program, we also have to set goals for our campus, and those align with the goals of the campus. Our first goal is writing across curriculum, and our teachers will improve instruction by embedding Avid writing strategies into their lesson plans to ensure writing across the curriculum.
So, the Avid committee, on a regular basis at our faculty meetings, presents a new Avid strategy. And this Avid strategy is one that promotes writing across all content areas throughout the day, no matter what grade level, no matter what age. We are pushing our youngest to our oldest to be writing throughout each day. We do this to promote the growth mindset, as well as I mentioned, the writing. We also give the teachers a chance to collaborate with each other and to ask themselves and to push themselves, how can I take this strategy and implement it in my classroom in a way that would best meet the needs of my students? We come together and we collaborate, and we do this with a purpose in that we're not only pushing our students to grow, but we expect that of ourselves as well.
And then all of this ties back as well to our T-test rubrics. So we make that connection as well.
Another way that we support Avid on our campus is through our writing lab. So we service K-5 students on a weekly basis, Tuesdays and Thursdays, during their intervention blocks. We implement the writing strategies that they're already learning in their classrooms and reinforcing those skills during that time. Different examples, we use those Avid strategies, 3-column notes. They're experiencing rainbow writing and all other sorts of writing. Our second goal that we have for Avid is creating a school culture that focuses on the growth mindset and collaboration through weekly PLCs that focus on designing lessons to engage students in rigorous learning to promote post-secondary awareness and readiness. One of the ways that we do this is our career speaker series. So we invite community members to come and speak at our school, and we ask them questions like, what was your college experience like? How did you persevere through problems that you went through? How did you continue to have that growth mindset? So students know that everybody has things that they go through and they need to overcome them. We've had our state representative, John Kemple, was our last speaker. And all of this to say that at McQueeney, we are one team, one dream, and one vision. We are champions for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, staff. So now we'll move to item number 3, audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with Board Policy VED Local 3A. Those wishing to speak shall sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that is not on the posted agenda. And we do have 3 individuals from the audience that want to participate, and I will call on Emily Futchnow first.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be here in front of you. I have some handouts for you, so my sidekicks here. Andy knows that. So we are here to talk to you today about the 7:30 start time that was proposed for Seguin High School. And so I'm going to jump right into what was at least planned for the board presentation tonight. So you may hear some things that don't make sense because you won't see the presentation afterwards. So the problem is stated in the board agenda presentation said that middle schools were expressing concerns for students that are arriving up to 20 minutes late each day, and that the issue was caused by a shortage of bus drivers to run routes. The solution that was stated in the board agenda, not the agenda, the presentation, said that we should start Seguin High School 1 hour and 5 minutes earlier and release earlier by the same amount. So current time being 8:35 to 4:05, new times being 7:30 to 3 o'clock. The second part of that was to start the middle schools 30 minutes later and release 20 minutes later. So their times are currently 8 o'clock to 3:40, and their new times would be 8:30 to 4 o'clock. While there are no other changes to the start and end times for all the other campuses, all elementary campuses will be open at 7 o'clock to receive students this next year, according to that presentation. So just some observations that we have made about this is that the proposed solution really doesn't fix the reason for the problem. The problem is the shortage of bus drivers. And so we didn't see anything that impacted how we were going to overcome that shortage of bus drivers that we currently have. Also, changing times at the high school is not really necessary because the times were being adjusted or need to be adjusted for the middle school. There was no expressed concern in the presentation about times at the high school. Once you make a change of this magnitude at Seguin High School, it's very difficult to revert back to what you did before to keep up with newer thinking. There is also a chain reaction of other issues, and we're here to give you the thoughts of several teachers currently teaching at the high school. Most importantly of all, and I can't say this enough, most importantly of all, research shows that changing the high school start times to be earlier than 8:30 is not in the best interest of student safety, mental and physical health, or academic progress. So to give you a little history, because we've all been around the block a few times here, in the past, school start times have been much earlier at Seguin High School. Longtime teachers at the high school recall these start times. We had a 7:40 start time at one point, a 7:55 start time, an 8:05 start time, an 8:15 start time, and we finally made it to the 8:25 start time that we have now. That's the first bell time. The tardy bell is 5 to 10 minutes after, depending on the year. This time was steadily moved back for a reason, and it was to impact attendance rates so that we would have higher attendance, all right? and also have students more awake and alert at the beginning of the school day. Changes to date have been very, very student focused. Students who are present and awake and alert have more learning potential. We did a look at what do the high schools around us do? What are the start times at other campuses?
Have 1 minute left.
Okay. Many school districts around Seguin ISD have start times that are after 8:30. So there's a list for you to look at. All of Conell ISD, New Braunfels ISD, Samuel Clemens ISD, San Marcos, all of those districts start their high schools later than 8:30. They may not have the same demographics that we do at our school, and we acknowledge that, but they're similar size competitors for our human resources. So putting students first is our next part, and I'm going to talk quickly about our health concerns for teens. So the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the American Pediatrics Association state that middle and high school students should not start before 8:30 a.m. Students between the ages of 6 to 12 need at least 9 hours of sleep, and their bedtimes are usually set by their parents, hopefully by about 9 o'clock, so that they would be least impacted by a school start time. Teen students, however, need 8 hours of sleep per night, and they go to bed much later. I know that's probably not surprising based on what you've seen. Okay, I'm almost there, I promise you. So Seguin ISD should be commended for realizing that school start time matters for high school students and for following best practices with an 8:35 start. There are some states right now, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, California, that are legislating the enforcement of a later start time.
Thank you. Up next is Samantha Noble.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. So as Ms. Partnow said, we have collectively been here a while. This is my 18th year at Seguin ISD, so I was here when we had that early start time, and I've been here through the progressively later start times. And overwhelmingly, each time it was changed, we were told it was because research suggested that later start times helped student performance or was in the best interest of students. So I'm going to kind of skip ahead, but I'd really like to focus on academics because I think that's an important topic when we're talking about what the impact of students is going to be. So one of the things that Ms. Partnow mentioned was attendance, and it's not listed specifically on here, but if students are not present, they have a hard time learning. And when I first started here and we had the earlier start times, we had an issue with our first period attendance. And because of that, those students were missing out on that learning opportunity. So I looked into it. A lot of what is said is about health and safety. But as far as academics go, several studies have shown that shortened sleeping times are negatively correlated with academic performance from middle school through college. So it is not just something that impacts our younger students, it impacts our high school students as well. Studies also suggest that lack of sleep can negatively impact students' procedural and declarative learning. So they have a harder time just recalling information, and they have a harder time processing that information. And though results are mixed for the impact of start times on specified goals like standardized tests, several studies have shown that students in similar districts who have later start times or in districts that have moved to later start times perform better on academic assessments than their peers that have those earlier start times. And when those start times are rolled back, that achievement is lost. Furthermore, impacts of the later start time impact various groups differently, with the impacts of school start times on test scores being larger for economically disadvantaged students, which is absolutely something that we do not want to see at the high school as educators.
There are other issues, such as student safety. I know that when I first started driving in, I was driving in from New Braunfels, and at early start time, I was driving into the sun. It was dark still when I would get in my car, and some of our students walk, bike, things like that, but some of them are driving themselves as well. One of the proposed benefits is that students who have after-school jobs would have an extra hour that they could work. We also know that that doesn't mean that they're going to get off any earlier, which means they're still going to be potentially getting off late, and then they're having to get up early the next morning by an hour and 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Noel. Up next is Ms. Sanders.
Thank you for having me. I'm another seasoned person, maybe seasoned too much. I would like to address the board concerning the impact on school staff for the early student arrival. The proposed solution for SHS teachers with elementary students, according to the presentation posted in the board agenda, is to open elementary schools at 7 a.m. to accept children who need to be dropped off early. For instance, if a teacher at the high school has a student in elementary school, they would need to drop the student off at the elementary school before going to the high school. This means that those who arrive early will be arriving a full hour before school starts. High school students who provide before-school child care for their siblings and drop them off would also need this accommodation. There's no proposed solution for middle school students who have to be dropped off at 7. They would arrive 1.5 hours before their school start time without supervision. Impact on staff. While no one can have valid data on teacher retention for the 2024-2025 school year, there is significant discussion among teachers, some who plan to leave SHS and seek other opportunities because of a 7:30 a.m. start time. It's not because they want to, but rather because they have to for the sake of their families, just to make it work. SHS teachers were sent a survey to see if we plan to return next year. The change in start time was not expressly stated to the teachers prior to giving the survey. With the myriad of other reasons that teachers leave the teaching profession, why jeopardize keeping the teachers that have taken a job at SHS that meets the needs of themselves and their families? And then fixing the problem. If you recall from the beginning of this, the problem stated was that middle schools had students arriving up to 20 minutes late each day caused by a shortage of bus drivers. We are not professionals in this area, but we were racking our brains. What could we come up with? Because we don't like just saying what a problem is. We would like to suggest some solutions, and we don't know if these are feasible, but we just would like to propose them. So perhaps start and end the middle schools 20 minutes later, determine what the real problem is with the inability to hire bus drivers and address that problem, look at compensation and benefits for bus drivers, consider creatively running routes more like mass transit buses, consider job sharing for bus drivers with other school district needs, such as tutoring, mentoring, maintenance, or school security to give them full-time status. And before I lose the rest of my time, I want to thank you very much. We really appreciate you guys allowing us to come and speak to you. And we have a vested interest in this community and this school and all of the people here. We love being here, and we want to keep our wonderful teachers. We want to help our students achieve the best that they can, and that's our purpose for being here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. There you go for the presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Board. My name is Ella Sain.
What was the last name? I'm sorry.
Sain, S-A-I-N-E.
Thank you.
I am here representing Ball High School Alumni and Ex-Student Association. Are you all familiar with Ball High? Okay. Well, what we are trying to do through the Alumni Association and Ex-Student Association and the foundation is to make sure that Ball High's name stays in the history books of Seguin Independent School District. So when the opportunity came to name a facility, we as a group jumped right on it. We had a meeting last week. We looked at names and recommendations, and we came up with two names, combination name for the facility. There are a few people here from Ball High. I'd like for them to stand. This represents a few. I'm the president of the association. Pat Reddix is the vice president. I think everybody in Seguin knows Pat. Also with her is Barbara Santos, who's also a graduate. There's a myriad of time span here. 1871, when the school was established at Lizzie and Burgess. That's where it was. It was a two-story frame building. I attended that school. The floors were wooden. I remember specifically them putting sawdust on the floor. I never did understand what that was for as a little girl. But that's where we went. Walked to school because we had no buses. Came through the creek and went there. So that was elementary school for us. And then later they built Lizzie Burgess. I want to say that we represent about 400 ex-students and alumni all over Seguin, all over the state, all over the United States. And we normally have a reunion every 2 years, but when the pandemic came, we did not have it. So 2018 was the last one we had. So now, with the passing of so many of our friends, we're thinking about having one this year. I want to say this, before y'all cut me off. I do want to say this, through our foundation, we have a scholarship foundation. We have awarded $70,000 in scholarships from 2009 up until now. We never stopped, even during the pandemic. And this year, we will publish and put online, and we'll make sure we bring applications up here. It's called the Legacy Scholarship. One of our alumni and ex-students donated, gave us the challenge of getting our 501c3 nonprofit, and we did it. And she donated $100,000. That's how we got started with our scholarships. And we have done, I think, masterfully, because through those students, they have graduated engineers, computer scientists, we have dentists, we have lawyers, we have judges from all over. So I want to say for us who went there, Ball High, and graduated in 1960, that's the year I graduated. If you know, it closed in 1966, Brown versus Board education for integration. And, I'm sorry. 1 minute. Oh, I have 1 more minute? Okay, you just stopped me, so I got it. Good. Okay. So I just want to say, we are so full when we talk about Ball High. We are so full when we talk about the legacy and the teachers that we had. You know, I could go on in the nomination, and I hope you got a copy of it. In the nomination, we talk about teachers during that time, and books that we had were like 3rd, 4th, 5th hand, okay? But I tell people, you know, in math, 1 + 1 is 2. That doesn't change. English, you know, singular, plural, verbs, that doesn't change. So we were able to learn We did not lose any culture. We had teachers, I mean, such fantastic nurturing teachers, like Shelley Pitts, who taught literature. And I don't think, okay, and I don't think the students now don't even know what Beowulf is, okay? If I'm not mistaken. Shakespeare, Langston Hughes, okay? Longfellow, Shakespeare, I can go on, but I'm proud. I'm just proud of being a member of Ball High School and all that we got from Ball High School. Thank you so much, and I hope you seriously consider our application for the naming of the facility, Lizzie Burgess and Mr. Wilson, Henry Franklin Wilson. I'm gonna say one thing more. On Lizzie Burgess, you know the school, you know it was sold. So there's nothing that really represents her. There's a restaurant or something down there called Lizzie B's, which to me does nothing for the tribute to Miss Burgess.
It's not open.
No, okay, well, it was down there. Okay, so I want to thank you all very much. You know, I could talk about how 9 hours, but I know I don't have that time. But I really appreciate you all just allowing me this opportunity. It took me 2 hours to get here from San Antonio with the traffic. I was a nervous wreck, trying to call people, trying to let them know I'm on my way. So I just appreciate this opportunity, and if you will seriously consider our application for recognition of persons who were in Seguin Independent School District 44 years, one, and one 42 years. That's Mr. Wilson, our last principal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move to item number 4, reports/information items. 4B will be career and technical education, CTE update and evaluation. Will do a presentation.
You got it?
It was up there. Someone took it.
Sorry.
Yes, you got it.
I got you.
Okay, President Gatta, Dr. Vigil, members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to share about the program that you all know that I absolutely love. I will do my best to keep this brief, but there is so much exciting happening in career and technical education. If you look at a glance, there are currently 1,477 students at the high school. We say unique because we have a lot of students that take multiple classes. You'll see that on the next slide. We have 27 teachers district-wide in our program, 17 different programs of study, and that's in 10 different career areas. They call them clusters. We have 25 industry-based certifications that we currently offer. We are a training facility for both National Center for Construction Education and Research, which is our construction and ag med program, and we're an American Welding Society training facility. We also are Adobe and Microsoft certified testing centers. So our students have opportunities to take those tests because we have gotten certified in those areas. We do offer Robotics 1 at both middle schools. There's 143 students there. For a total of 1,600 students of this roughly 7,000 in our school district are involved in career technical education programs at this time. If you look at our enrollments, this is broken down by year. You see the total at the bottom. We have actually 2,064 students enrolled in courses. So that 1,477 students, about 600 of those are taking more than one CTE class during this school year. We look at our different programs, and I'll tell you, if we go back, all but 3 of those programs have grown since last year. And the ones that have not grown, the differences are like 6 students. They're very small, just where we don't grow. The one thing we are looking to work on improving is that 12th grade. And there are some things I think coming about, transitions that are taking place at the high school that will help us there. Because as we move into accountability with TEA system, our sophomores have to be considered completers in our program, which means they have to take at least 3 classes for at least 4 credits. And for law enforcement, for example, each class is only 1 credit. We don't have two basically double block classes there, so those students don't have that opportunity. So we're looking at building with retaining students better, with keeping students in school where they're actually learning throughout the day and until the end. Oh, thank you, Nikki. So that is our student enrollment. And this, if you look, this is just actual unique students. We have dropped a little bit from last year. Where that comes from, one of the things I will tell you in all honesty, the data from the previous years, that data was data that was run at the beginning of the school year. The data that you see for 23-24 is data that was run later in the school year. So students that may have left, students that are no longer enrolled on our campus, maybe at an alternative location currently, those students would not be reflected in that data. This we're proud of though. Our students who graduate, and this is graduates only, with industry-based certifications. And if you look, you see that last year we reached 107 of our students in the class of 2024 graduated with at least 1 industry-based certification. Now, there are several of those students that graduated with 2, maybe 3 industry-based certifications that show their qualification to be ready to enter into the workforce. And so we've had some really good success there. If you look at 2024, as of today, we are currently sitting at 94 students, or 95 students within this year's graduating class have already earned it and have taken the level 2 course that is required this year by TEA. We are currently in February. Industry-based certifications in many cases are EOCs, they're end of course exams. And so we have a large number of students still in that pipeline that will come through. We look to far exceed last year's total of 107, which that 107, we'll get to in a minute where that was percentage-wise and where it fit our goal that we had set for the strategic plan. Just some update on some activities. We are still working with Seguin Economic Development Corporation with a lot of our activities. We did a manufacturing day in October. We did a youth career expo in January where all the 8th graders came to the Seguin Coliseum, and we paired our programs of study with employers. And they were side by side, so students not only saw what we offer at the high school, they saw what careers that could lead to. It was a really good day. Our job shadow, our last day of job shadowing is the 29th, which is Thursday. We will have sent 35 students out into jobs to shadow. I actually celebrate this. I didn't know this when we practiced this actually. We had a student, I got an email yesterday, this student came and job shadowed. Can you get me his information? He took an application. We really are excited about him. We want to bring him in during spring break to have him work for us, and if things work out, we want to offer him a job through doing job shadowing. So it's really, those are the things that keep me going. We have a job fair coming up in the end of March. We'll have 30 or 40 employers at the Wellness Center. At the high school, it's all day long. You're welcome to come by and say hello. Lunchtime's usually really good. We have a CT advisory committee. We are getting back together with Navarro ISD, Marion ISD, and we're going to have a combined advisory committee because we serve the same industries. And so getting those industries together, it's going to be in the evening. We're going to provide a meal and get input from our community partners all in one group on what do we need to do differently, what do we need to do better, what are new things we can offer. Because we always want to be responsive to our community. And then we're going to have a celebration day on May 15th. It's going to be in the PAC at 9 o'clock in the morning. Again, if you have an opportunity to come by, last year we had 25 students sign a letter of intent to either go to work in the career field they studied in high school, go to a trade school in that same area, or go on to a four-year university. I know already we have at least one student going into Texas A&M on construction science program. So there's a lot of really celebrations that will happen that day. It's exciting for the families. Last year we had families come out with balloons and all kinds of stuff for their students. Those industry-based certifications, that 107 students represented 25.17% of our graduating class last year. If you remember, the goal from the strategic plan was to be at 20% by the end of 2024. We hit 25% in 2023. That is a testament to the teachers in the CTE program and them buying into what we're doing and getting their students over the top of the hill and really driving what's happening in their classrooms. This year, we're I think it's 22.1% right now is where that 95 lands us. So we definitely want to get beyond that. Our P-Tech Academy that we've talked to you about in the past, that launched this fall. We launched with 12 students. Those 12 students are still enrolled in our P-Tech Academy, where they will get an associate's degree in pharmacy technology when they graduate from high school. If they do, they stay in the program, stay in the classes, and we're working on retention. That's one of the things we work really hard with. Our cohort 2028, which is this year's 8th graders, we already have 26 students signed up for that program. So we are more than doubling the enrollment in year 2. That to me tells me, one, we're marketing it better, we know we've learned, but two, word's getting out about what's happening in that classroom and more students want to participate. At the bottom you see that's a lot of the industry-based certifications that we do offer. It's not all of them. These are our students. Our career technical student organizations are incredibly successful. Our Business Professionals of America, we're taking over 25 students on Thursday, are leaving to go to the state conference to compete because they qualify to compete. And so that group of students will be going there. We look for some success to come out of that, but we will have some students moving on to the national competition. Our FFA program, we've had state qualifiers in our FFA program with the milk quality for the last 2 years, and Ms. Canham is working really, really hard to get those students there. We actually had students show ag mechanics projects at San Antonio this past weekend. First time we've had students showing ag mech projects for quite some time. And they also showed at the Guadalupe County Show. Our livestock students are excelling, having a lot of success, and so just a lot of things happening in FFA. Our HOSA, our Health Occupation Students of America, we have 2 students that qualified to participate in the state competition there, and they will be going in, I'm going to get my dates wrong, they're going soon. Our Skills USA students, we have a student in our cosmetology program who is qualified for state. That's a first. And so she will be going to compete in Corpus Christi. And then our Texas Technology Student Association, that is our students. They actually create projects. The teacher takes them to the competition, but over the last 4 years, we have had tremendous success there as well. And so just really want to highlight what's happening with our students. And again, every group of these students has a cadre of teachers behind them who are helping them, mentoring them, and guiding them. And that's really what gets them where they're going, is the passion the students have for their subject matter. These are some of our industry partners that we work with. This is not a comprehensive list, but obviously it's an impressive list for a small community. And these are people that we work with where I can pick up a phone and call and say, hey, we need this, we need that. They're going to come and speak to our students. They're going to come to our event in March for our career day. They come out to the Coliseum. And so we just really appreciate. Some of them are places where we have students doing internships. And so they're giving engaged work opportunities to our students. And so absolutely we celebrate all of those organizations. And as I said, I know there are some that we've missed. Future plans and goals. Our continued enrollment requires additional facilities or modifications to existing facilities. I want to start with a thank you. Our welding facility, they're supposed to be doing the electrical work over spring break, and we're gonna have an opportunity to get students in all those welding bays. And then our Ag Science facility, I have been meeting with the Ag Science teachers and Flora and Papa, the consultant that we're working with, and James Pizzagna. And we have, I think, what I got in my email today was, I believe, the 4th or 5th rendering of as we work through it, and there are changes that are being made, we're getting really close, and it's exciting. And I will tell you, the teachers are excited, their students are getting excited. Future program growth, you've heard this from me before. I think that we need an automotive diesel facility. I think that that's a program that would absolutely flourish with our students. The other thing I want to explore is additional P-TECH or dual credit opportunities. We've talked with our human resource department. We have to help fill the gap for teachers, where we need teachers. There's a program through St. Philip's where we can actually have our students graduate from high school through our early college high school program with their associates in teaching. And then they can move in, and we're trying to create partnerships, possibly even with Texas Lutheran, where those students then have a place to go next. So that's something we're working on. We're not there by any means, but it's in progress. Our welding, TSTC, is opening. If you don't know that, they already opened in New Braunfels. I have a really good relationship with the vice president of that facility, and so we're looking at that's a possibility. Cybersecurity. We struggle to get our students in computer science to hold and stay in program because our computer science classes aren't grade weighted. 2 of them are AP classes. They take those 2. But then we don't get to the next steps because they're looking for additional grade weighted or dual credit opportunities because that GPA matters to them. And so if we have a dual credit program, they get both. We can hold them into the program. And automotive diesel, obviously, if we have a facility, we're going to have to offer dual credit, and we're going to want to. CTE newsletters, there's so much more happening. Those newsletters come out. We've had a transition with secretary. One secretary moved on to a great position. The new person we brought in is amazing. This is not something that has gotten to her plate yet, but we will. There will be a spring edition of the newsletter, and what we do there is we try to focus on students and teachers, and you get a lot of pictures of what's happening in our classrooms. So a lot happening. It's really exciting. If you ever need to talk to me, I think you all have my cell phone number. Please feel free to reach out at any time. I love to talk about the program. I absolutely love it. So, do you have any questions for me?
Mr. Bill, I just have a quick question. Where do we find that newsletter at? It looks like there's a bunch of hyperlinks in the presentation. Is that on the website? Is that the Seguin High School website? Where can parents or community members find that CT newsletter?
It is sent out, but honestly, where it lives, it needs to live on the district website, and that's something we can fix. I'm actually meeting with Mr. Gonzalez about something else tomorrow, and Mr. McCrary, and we will make sure that that is there. We'll just create another link on our CTE page.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. A lot of good things going on in CTE. A lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your staff. Now we'll move on to item 4C, Seguin ISD Bond 2022 Furniture Update. Sarah and Robert present.
Good evening, President Guerra, Superintendent Dr. Vicky, and members of the board. Tonight I'll have Robin Copa present a furniture update related to Bond 2022, and we're going to touch base on Barnes, Sager, and our elementary schools.
Good evening, Dr. Hill, President Guerra, Board of Trustees, and senior leadership and guests. Thank you for allowing me to present tonight on the furniture replacement project, which is a part of Bond 2022. Just as a recap, we are touching 9 distinct campuses with new furniture. That was the charge within the bond project. And I'm going to go through each of the categories on how we've grouped each project, talk a little bit about the schedule related to that particular category, and some of the work effort that's been going alongside with each of those. But just as a general update, as far as an overall process for FF&E selection, in case you are curious or have never gone through this process before, we are kind of in the tail end of that, living through the many phases of AJB. And so it was really great, and I know I speak for Florin and PB Group as well as for Pfluger Architects in saying that we're just delighted to hear how proud you are of that facility. It was definitely a labor of love, both in the design, certainly a labor of love in the construction. I think Ms. Guzman would definitely agree with me on that. The FF&E component on that project was certainly something that has also been kind of following in lockstep with the construction. As different phases wrap up, the furniture then gets moved in. And so it's a pretty complicated project, but overall, a general sequence of events for FF&E selection is you go through a design process very similar to how you would do a construction process. Furniture can be some of the most overrated and underappreciated items that go into new facilities. And when you don't get it right, it's very obvious when the spaces don't function the way that they were intended, because the tools that are put in place are not meant to support the kind of instruction that those spaces are meant to provide. So we really want to make sure that we take our time in doing our revisioning and our design phase. There is a portion after that where we go to work and we put together documents for either vendors to provide quotes from or to solicit qualifications from vendors to find a particular one that's going to be well suited to do a little bit more investigative and detailed work on selecting furniture components. We go through and recommend about 6 months for pricing and fabrication. Usually about 1 to 2 of those months is all upfront paperwork. The vendor's producing quotes, we're vetting those quotes, and that usually takes them back and forth. Those quotes get forwarded to the business office for purchase orders to be executed. Then those purchase orders go back to the vendor so that the order can be placed with the fabrication or manufacturing facility. We recommend that anywhere from 3 to 4 months be allocated for fabrication, especially when you're gearing up for a summer installation. A lot of school districts, that's obviously a prime time and the right time, I think, especially for some of the projects the size that we're looking at with this bond project. So the wait line and the queue space can get pretty long, so you want to get in early so that you make sure that you secure your fabrication time slot to ensure that your product is rolling off the lines, getting in the trucks, and shipping to your campus. Installation can take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks per campus, depending on the size and the complexity of the installation. Certainly a project like the DAS program over at Sagert is not going to be nearly as intensive as, say, Barnes Middle School. So speaking of Barnes, we're going to start off with them. In that whole process, we've really been able to streamline and practically eliminate the revisioning and the design process on Barnes, because a lot of the work was done with our conceptualization of a furniture guiding principle with HAB. So we took a lot of those same components and we brought them over to Barnes. We had some meetings with the campus just to make sure that everything still fit accordingly and fit into how they are delivering their instruction to their students. We issued documents to the vendor that we were moving forward. A little bit of a different procurement process with Barnes. We are going with a buy board, a co-op selected vendor who is the same vendor who provided the product at HAB. So some of the nice synergy that you're able to have there is you're going to have comparable product from one campus to another. So as your middle school population shifts, you can borrow furniture from one campus to another because they're going to be the same pieces. So asset management between the two campuses becomes a lot more easy for the district to be able to borrow one campus to another. We're using a similar approach with the elementary schools, but I'll go into that in just a minute. So right now, we're in the process of reviewing those quotes from the vendor, and the goal is to be able to obtain those POs before the district breaks for spring break. That gives us plenty of time to get those orders into the fabrication line in order to ensure a production and installation time frame of this summer. Some of the other things that I'll point out, installation of the furniture over the summer is not purely a matter of just bringing in a bunch of new furniture and installing it in the classrooms. Because if you've walked through Barnes, you know that students are sitting in desks right now. Teachers are teaching from their chairs as well. And so there's a whole process where we have to vacate the existing inventory that's there. The purchasing department has a whole process that they have to go through with inventorying and putting those items up for auction. And then we also overlay the annual maintenance of your floor waxing program within that as well. So the goal is, and we're currently working with the maintenance department to really define those dates. We get the existing furniture out and off-site so it can be properly photographed, inventoried, and put up for auction. The waxing efforts take place in a nice empty campus, so you're not having to move furniture out into the hallway, wax the classrooms, wait for it to dry, move it back into the classroom, and then wax the hallway. You can do everything all at once. Once the waxing has had time to cure and dry, then we are bringing in the new furniture, and we're really trying to make sure everything is organized and following in lockstep. So just some quick imagery of what those new furniture components will look like. For those of you who had the fortune of walking through AJB, a lot of those components you're going to see are going to be the same. There are some subtle nuances with Barnes. For example, Barnes has built-in teacher cabinets in every single classroom. So some of the classroom storage that we provided at AJB is not necessarily going to be over at Barnes. Barnes was also a very lucky recipient of a recent furniture grant that they applied towards their math classrooms. There's some pieces in there that are not performing as you would expect, so we're going to replace a couple of items, but for the most part, those classrooms are going to be able to remain as is, and the new furniture that we're providing is very complementary to what has previously been purchased. Barnes is also going to be a little interesting because, as you know, there is a Bond 2022 construction project associated with this campus. So what we are installing this coming summer is all of the existing classrooms that are not going to be affected by construction. We are going to refurnish all of the office spaces for the campus, and we are also going to refurnish the library. The library is a part of the construction project, but in the overall construction sequencing, it is anticipated that that room, that scope area, will be complete by the end of the summer. So that library will get refurnished, and if all goes according to plan, with the opening of the 2024-2025 school year, the library will have its brand new room as well as brand new furniture. The balance of the furniture inventory at Barnes will follow after the completion of the Bond 2022 project. So that's the balance of the classrooms, it's the fine arts spaces, the CTE programs over there, your art rooms, robotics, and your cafeteria tables. I will also point out that Barnes has 4 portables out on the site right now. Each one of those portable classrooms is going to get new furniture, and when the construction project is complete, that new furniture suite will get relocated into the new classrooms that are a part of the new wing. So just because a class is in the portables doesn't mean that they're not going to get first benefit this coming academic year from new furniture. Just a couple of images of what that new library will look like, as well as some typicals from the offices. So we're gonna pivot a little bit here and just go through this. But so for your elementary schools, we are actually starting at ground zero on the revisioning and the design process for that, and we are going to be kicking that off in April. I know there might be some questions on like, well, why April? Why are we waiting so long? Furniture is a little bit of a different animal from construction. Furniture prices tend to change every quarter. And so what we want to do is really kind of make sure that our overall process on that particular part of the project secures bidding documents that are as close as reasonably possible to the purchase and installation date. Because you don't want to pay for storage, and you also don't want to prepay for furniture that the vendor can't hold a price on. So you're going to be paying a little bit more whether you bid something out earlier and then your vendor's just going to tell you, like, I can't price it until you're ready to actually make the purchase, or if I purchase it now, I'm going to store it, but you're going to ultimately foot the bill for that storage component. So we really try to back everything up from a targeted installation date and factor in all of those timeframes that I talked about, shipping, fabrication, etc. Summer is also where we are really striving to do the installation for all of these projects, because it is going to be the least disruptive for daily school activity, because we are focusing on classroom space and office spaces. We want to be as quick on that installation as possible to minimize the amount of disruption, and that just logically makes sense to happen over the summer. So one might think, like, what are we looking at when we do a revisioning process? Well, I think people would agree that a lot in education has changed since the 1800s. You know, technology's certainly been a wonderful tool, and spaces such as what is being designed over at Benny McQueenie Elementary that are really conducive to collaboration and team teaching and cross-curricular exercises are really showing the shift in how education is being passed down to students. However, I would be willing to bet that you could walk into any classroom in any district, not just Seguin ISD, but any district, and find out that the furniture that's in those spaces is still reminiscent of rows of desks from the 1800s. And so don't our students deserve more? Especially for a majority of these elementary schools that we're targeting that may not be at the forefront of having meaningful renovations anytime soon. I know it was commented earlier on by Mr. Amador that hopefully Jefferson and Weinert start to see some traction, move forward on some community interest and some improvements at those campuses. But for the Vogels, the Kennekys, the Potlongs, the Rodriguezes, they're further down the road. And so their furniture and their teaching environment shouldn't suffer just because of that. So what we really want to do is provide equitable, elementary-sized and tailored spaces throughout all of your campuses, so that everybody feels that no matter which school that they go to, that they love going to their school because they love to learn. And so a lot of the trends that we're seeing now are not necessarily trends like fads, like parachute pants and all that other kind of stuff, but the real shift in education is towards more of a collaborative nature, where it's less about students just sitting in a desk for 8 hours a day and a teacher just dictating to them. It's less set and get, and it's more about teamwork, collaboration, building those soft skills, and the furniture should be flexible and varied enough to be able to support that. So I'll pause on this and just kind of talk through it, and I think that maybe the updated presentation was included in the board packet, so I'm going to go off of memory here a little bit. But so we have outlined a process going from April to about August, where we're going to be engaging a stakeholder group, and what we've asked the district is to start pulling representatives from the campus level, so that can be administrators, it can be standout teachers. We definitely want student involvement as well. We're asking for involvement from central office, specifically from the curriculum, the C&I side, but also from administration as well. Thank you. I'm not going to have to go off of memory. Just backing up a little bit, the month of April is really where we're going to kind of establish where we're at, because where we've got different perspectives is likely because of who those or where those voices are coming from. So a teacher from Rodriguez is going to have a different experience in her classroom, in his or her classroom, than a teacher from Kennedy. May, we're going to kind of open up things wide and start to discover and really kind of think big and see what, what is out there, what's trending right now, what are your surrounding districts doing, what are the forefront and the ones that are really kind of breaking the barriers, what are they doing. June, we're going to kind of take all of that grand visioning and bring it home. So we're going to start thinking about what is appropriate for Seguin ISD. And we look at this at a couple of different grade levels. We look at it from the kindergarten grade level, the first and second group, and then the third, fourth, and fifth group. So there's a couple of different groups that we also kind of break that down a little bit. When we come back in July is really when we're kind of visualizing and we're making sure that we're defining more specifically what those furniture types are, and then we land on a concept in August. That concept is still going to be pretty loose, I'll call it, because we're going to use those concept documents to qualify our vendor. So it's the same process that we used when we selected our vendor for AJB. They will have some qualification documents, a small pricing exercise to go through. We will go through mock-ups and samples and the like, and the goal is to walk away with one vendor to provide all of your elementary school furniture. So that way you as a district now know that your point of contacts, if you will, at the high school is one vendor, at the middle school level is one vendor, and then at the elementary school is one vendor. So while you may be intensely varied in your offerings from campus to campus, from an asset management and maintenance perspective, it's much less of a trying to keep up with where did somebody go. It's just one point of contact. Like I mentioned, those stakeholders, we're looking for teacher involvement, admin involvement, central office, the C&I side. We want parents to be involved as well as students. Sorry, I've got the lingering effects of a sinus infection, along with half of Texas. So, as we look at MBLC and the DAS program, so we're doing things a little bit at a quicker pace there. We walked the sites last week with a couple of co-op vendors, and we have provided them a list of items that they need to quote for those two campuses. We are soliciting those quotes. The goal is to have those in hand by the end of this week or the very beginning of next week, and roughly to have the same timeline as the quotes for Barnes. Get them into the district and get a purchase order issued before y'all break for spring break, with the goal that we will still do installation at those two campuses over the summer. They are being modeled after what was installed at the high school with a couple of small tweaks. Obviously, the MBLC campus is a non-traditional high school, so Mr. Law wants something that's a little less traditional than what you might find at the high school, within reason. And then obviously the DAS program has some very particular needs for its population that we are tailoring that furniture package requirements for those two campuses. So overall, what does that kind of look like when you start layering those three different kind of groups of projects? The red is the month that we're in, so we're at the tail end of February. We're right in the middle of pricing those furniture items for Barnes. We are still pending receipt of those quotes from the vendors for MBLC and DAS. And then in just about a month, once we've been able to really finalize that stakeholder group, we will start to kick off the visioning process for the elementary schools. And all of that will lead into a installation effort in summer of 2025. And I kind of jumped the gun a little bit here, but one of the things that I talked about as far as navigating the waxing effort that happens annually at every single campus over the summer is something that we are coordinating with respect to the furniture installation. And so with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
For the elementary schools, it's the classroom furniture. Is it also the libraries, cafeterias, and the other things?
Yes, so all in all, it's bond-wide. It's 53 offices, 312 classrooms, and 7 libraries. So every elementary school will have all of its classrooms, its libraries, and all of its offices addressed. And within classrooms, that includes general instruction, includes your special education programs, and if you've got a music classroom or an art classroom. So.
Yeah, this is a long process, but I want to thank you for all of your efforts and your hard work and working with the district and getting that done. And I am so very thankful to our community for voting for these bonds so that we're able to see these improvements in our schools. And I just want to thank you for your part in that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anything else on the board?
Just real quick, knowing how the construction went at AJB and praying every day that it doesn't go that way at Jim Barnes, but being realistic in that, what are we looking at happening at Jim Barnes construction-wise this summer?
So for, I'm going to go a little bit off script in case that if James wants to jump in. So the construction effort at Barnes is going to be focused on taking the space that is currently behind the stage right now and doing some work there in order to be able to move the stage eventually. So there's going to be a little bit of work in the cafeteria. The dining space will be student ready again by the start of school. The library, we've already been working with the campus on having a temporary library spot. So in case, again, lessons learned from AJB, you always have to have a plan B, C, D, all the way down to X, right? We already have a temporary library space established so that if the construction isn't able to completely renovate that space by the time the summer ends, the school is not going to open without a functioning library. It just won't necessarily be in that spot. And the furniture will just be waiting at the vendor's warehouse until the appropriate time to move it in.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's my biggest question.
Yep.
Where is the furniture going to be at when there's problems,
So-
if there's problems?
So what,
There's not.
again, lessons learned from AJB, what we want to do is minimize the amount of times that a furniture package moves. And so when it comes from the warehouse, it's going to get delivered to the vendor's warehouse. So when it comes from the manufacturing plant, I should say, it's going to be delivered to the vendor's warehouse. And they're not going to load that up and move it to the campus until we are very sure that the spaces are ready. So there should not be an issue with the existing classrooms because they're not being affected by construction. It'll just have to be coordinating the waxing schedule. The real question is going to be the library. And so the library component will just stay in the vendor's warehouse until that space is ready to receive it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Robert, for the comprehensive presentation.
Thank you.
So now we'll move to item 4D, elementary education update. Andrea Jaramillo will present.
Good evening, President Guerra, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Vigil. Today I will be presenting on Elementary iStation alongside our new Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Monica Lyons. And so before I get started on our data, I wanted to first start with a reminder of what is iStation and what is the ISIP assessment. So iStation has an assessment built in, a screener, a monthly screener that our students take at the very beginning of the month. It tests on all of these different components of reading. A student needs to have strong decoding skills and strong language comprehension in order to have high levels of reading comprehension. Why our teachers like looking at the ISIP data every month is because they can drill down exactly what component of the reading matrix are my students lacking, and so I can go in and provide that strategic intervention, right? So if it's spelling and word analysis, which we are across the board, need support in spelling and word analysis, kinder through 5th grade, we know what interventions to tie in for those small groups. And then there is the iStation component. That's what our kids use every day. So you'll hear our kids talk about iStation, and they're not taking a test every day. It is an actual platform that tailors the learning for the students. So once they take their monthly assessment, then they can go back in every day, every other day, however many times the teachers have them log in or from home, and they're able to practice the skills that they need based off of what they need to be a strong reader. Okay, and so part of our strategic plan, we have that our kinder through second grade readers will perform on grade level or above, moving us from 37 to 60%. And so here is our data as of January. And so you'll see I have the state listed and then the district listed. Currently we're English-wise, we are at 47% reading on grade level. Again, this is just kinder, first and second grade. And in Spanish, we are at 40% reading on grade level. We are above the state, which is where we want to be. We want to be performing above the state here. And how the state data is calculated, it is anybody in the state of Texas that is currently using iStation. And so there are several districts that use iStation that we're compared to. And so that is all the students taking it in Texas, and then those are our Seguin students. Okay. So I'm going to break down the data by campus, and then we are going to talk about next steps for those specific campuses. So our first campus is Jefferson, and then you can see where we started in September to where we are now in each grade level. And so some grade levels are, we've got our +2, +12, +4, but then we also have our minuses, what we're going backwards. And so what are those next steps moving forward? As you know, we had a change of admin, and so we are really calling on Dr. Grijalva and her early literacy knowledge to support the teachers in the learning.
So we're going to retrain K through 1 SGRI, and so they can meet those expectations. We're focusing on 3rd and 5th Tier 1 instruction and small group plans. So the second half of their instruction is intervention. And then elementary coordinator, the district elementary coordinator is planning with 4th and 5th grade teachers.
Refresh my memory on the SGRI, if that's
Sure. The SGRI here is decodable readers. It's a lesson plan that we've created at the district level, and then they correspond to a decodable reader. So every one of our kinder and first grade students receives a decodable reader every week to take home, their little paper books, and then specific phonics lessons that go with that decodable reader. Then we go to Kennedy, and for our bilingual campuses, I've combined the English and the Spanish data so that you're able to just see it all together. So in knowing that, know that some kids are calculated twice because our dual language kids do take the test in both English and in Spanish. But you can see that Kennedy is trending up. They're +16, +20, and then our lower grades, we still ±0. We don't want to see our students flatline either, and so the support needed there, the strategic Tier 1 instruction and planning.
So at Kinnicky, we have a strong admin presence in the PLC, guiding teachers towards that high level of Tier 1 planning. We're moving forward on a pilot of Just Right to decode readers in 2nd grade. And then we're starting to check for understanding on TEKS-based bell ringer or exit tickets at the end of each content.
And then we hit McQueenie. Look at those early literacy data there at McQueenie. They have very seasoned teachers that are teaching there, and then we do have some newbie teachers in our upper grades at McQueenie. So continuing to work and push there.
So this one's very much the same. McQueenie is also have a very strong presence in the admin presence in the PLCs. Elementary district coordinators are planning with 4th and 5th grade, and then we're continuing to check for that understanding either in a bell ringer or an exit ticket throughout each content.
Pot 1, again, another bilingual campus, so it's double data there. First grade is their area of concern right now, and so I know we've both kind of talked with that admin team about what supports can we provide to first grade.
We have small group instruction focused on fundamental skills and comprehension. We have also, again, moving forward with first grade, beginning using iRead stations, which is a beginner level reader, and that's supporting that additional support for those first graders that need that additional support. Elementary coordinators, district coordinators again are planning with our 4th and 5th grade teachers to provide that extra support in their planning.
Okay, and then we go to Rodriguez. Rodriguez, again, another bilingual campus. You could see their kinder in 1st, but then you see in 2nd grade we start going backwards, and then again in 4th grade. With 5th grade plus 5, that is still, we're showing growth there.
And again, with Rodriguez, we're just continuing that cycle to refine and make sure that our elementaries are aligned in their instruction.
Vogel, all pluses. And then we've got the 3rd grade, that is plus or minus 0. All others are growing. We'd like to see that kinder grow just at a faster rate. We know kinder can grow at a faster rate. And so working with that campus there.
So there's a strong presence at Vogel with their administrators, so that really helps that Tier 1 instruction. You can kind of see the difference between that data. And then we're just moving forward, checking our understanding with our bell ringers and exit tickets.
And shout out to that Vogel 5th grade team, that plus 12. It's very hard to get those double digits in 5th grade, 4th and 5th grade. So then here we go to Weinert. Again, the early literacy looking stronger than our 4th and 5th.
And just continuing the same process throughout all of our elementaries. Our iStation testing, teachers continue resetting before testing, making sure testers are ready and the platform is ready to go. Academic deans continue to hyper monitor on assessment days, and then all are celebrating their growth. Differentiation, district support, we provide assistance at the campus teacher level by modeling and planning. District coordinators do work very hard with each elementary, and as does their academic deans. For teachers, there's intentional and purposeful planning for those small groups. And then in observation, campus administration and district support observe Tier 1 instruction and the intervention block for evidence of differentiation. So we go in as a team. We'll be going in starting next week to see those trends and how we can support each school.
Okay, and so just again to end with, we are trying to move to 60% at the end. From the slides beginning, I believe it said 47. It said 46. We are getting there. We're not where we want to be yet, and we never will be, but I feel like we're always going to be striving to be better. But we are at 47 and 40% right now. The pilot that Carnegie is working on with the Just Right readers, those are new decodable readers that actually Dr. Vigil had shared with me. I investigated. It is a quality resource. But we always want to test it first. And so we are piloting that with Carnegie to see if that is something we want to add on. Because we have been doing SGRI for a few years, and we know some of our students need the next step. And so what is that? And Just Right Readers is decodable readers, but for the upper grades. So we know that we do have some kids who still need that support in decoding. And decodables are very difficult to find for that upper level elementary. And so the Just Right readers have that. So we're looking at what their data will end up looking like to see if that's something we need to purchase for next school year for all kids. Any questions?
So just to, it seems like there's a lot of work for our district coordinators for the 4th and 5th grade level. Do we have enough staff for that? I mean, all 6 elementaries almost, right?
So they schedule it out, they plan. So, we might have like this, they're very busy. So we have, we have our RLA coordinator who schedules out from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So she's able to visit the teachers who need that support.
How many staff? How many are we talking about?
Well, keep in mind they also have their academic deans who also support that process on campus and their administrators.
The slide said the district coordinators.
Right, so it's just for those specific schools, which I think was 4.
Okay.
And those were the ones that kind of dipped a little bit in that reading.
On a separate topic, I was thinking about on my way over here, like what grade levels are affecting, like when was COVID? You know what I'm saying? Where are they now? I know that my kindergartner was COVID. He's in 4th grade now, so to see the dip at 4th grade, not really a big surprise because their first year of school was like half a year, and then they were behind. They were doing all the online stuff. So great work by you guys and your staff and keeping it going.
Thank you. It's the 4th and 5th grade, like you said, and so that's where those decodables for the upper elementaries are really going to come in handy.
Remind me, because I think I remember everything about iStation, but then things get mixed up. So if you were to get a 543 on your iStation score in September, you've got to go up to stay in the level. So even when it seems like some of these numbers are flat, the kids have to be improving to stay in the green zone, right?
It's plus we want to see a 2-point growth every month for each kid. And it is a stairs scale, so every month they have to grow, otherwise they will be going backwards, right?
And even when you see a student in red, it doesn't mean that they didn't grow that year, right? Because it does, their scale does go up. So they could still be in the red and still have grown. That makes sense.
It's nice to see some of the campuses and some of the grades are either at the 60% or pretty close to it for some of those grade levels. So the average isn't where we want to be, but it looks like we have some strong points.
I have a question. Excuse me. I'm more familiar with middle school iStation because that's where I taught. And we had difficulty keeping kids interested in it. I was wondering if maybe the 5th graders all were like, oh my God, we've done this all these years. I'm coming in, pushing buttons. Yes. Do you have that problem?
Yes, that is a real problem. And so we do lots of incentives for kids to grow. Teachers do lots of incentives within their classroom. When you walk through campuses, sometimes you'll see their growth charts. You talk to kids, you'll look at their growth chart. So we just continue to, it's like a game, right? You always want to get 2 points ahead, and so looking at that trajectory of where they're going. The other nice thing that iStation just recently built in was that track. So the little owl will come up and they'll see if they're following their growth or not. And so you could see the kids are like, yes, or, I wasn't paying attention, and they're honest with themselves, especially those upper grades.
Any more questions? Thank you. (4E) intercession update. Andrea Ramil.
Good evening again. We're going to do I'm going to do just a quick update on intercession and just some data that we've collected for you all. First looking at our fall attendance. It's not going anymore. There it goes. Okay, so looking at our fall attendance, this is the current Seguin ISD attendance as of February 2nd. So all students in Seguin versus the average fall attendance of intercession, okay? So when you're looking at, like Rodriguez had 26% of their total population attending intercession, okay? So that's how that is read. And so for the district, we had 14% of our students, we serviced 14% of our students during fall intercession. This slide tells you about invites. So how many kids were actually invited to intercession and what percentage of that? So for Rodriguez, they had 262 students that they invited to intercession, 138 attended, so that's 53% of those invited, okay? So as a district, out of those that were invited, we had 42% of our students attend. Versus spring intercession, we just have the total population of Seguin there, and then the number that we serviced. So at the district level, 13% of our students were served during intercession at the spring level. We don't have it calculated by the invites because intercession was recent before we had to turn this in, and so we're calculating those numbers now. So how much did it cost per student for intercession? And so you can see that this is only teacher salaries. Okay, so this doesn't include transportation, facility usage, all of the supplies that they needed. This is only teacher salary. So $201.70 average cost per student per day, okay, for last school year. This school year, $212.25. That was only, again, for the fall. We're still looking at our timesheets for the spring, but $212 per student per day is how much that cost us, okay? Salaries only. And then looking at student outcomes. So what I did was I pulled McQueeney's 4th and 5th grade student list of those that are on House Bill 1416. To get on the list of 1416, that used to be the old House Bill 4545, where if you failed STAR, you were required to have the 15 or 30 hours of accelerated instruction. So at McQueeney this school year, in 4th and 5th grade, they had 25 students that are on the House Bill 1416 list. Those that attended out of those 25, both sessions were 7. 7 attended both, and 9 attended just one session. There was 9 that did not attend at all. All 1416 kids were invited to intercession because that's where we can get the extra hours of support that they need, right? And so then I looked at their iStation data. So like I was saying previously, the expected growth would be those 2 points every month. And some growth could be 1 point, right, every month. And then there's the no growth. So those that attended out of those 25 students, we saw 7 with the expected growth, 12 with some growth, and then 4 with no growth versus the ones that did not attend. So 4 with expected growth, 6 with some growth, and then 3 with no growth at all. So we just wanted to really share that with you all so you can kind of see what the impact was, because I know that that was a question previously. And so what are we going to do moving forward, right? We know we still need to provide these interventions. We know we still need targeted time to give the kiddos the support that they need. So we know that currently our ACE program offers an hour of tutoring after school every day. We have summer school being offered to our 14-16 students that need that support. Elementary has a built-in small group time for each content. So for example, math, the 90-minute block, they have so much time for that direct instruction and the turn and talks that are required in math. And then the rest of that time they're doing small groups where students are either on the computer, pulled at teacher table, or doing independent stations. So that time is already built in there. Middle school schedule, we are adjusting it for next school year to be able to provide that intervention period every day to every kid. An intervention doesn't just mean that I'm only working with our students that are on the 14-16 list, right? It could be every kid, getting everybody what they need at that time. The same with the high school. We're still utilizing that flex period every day. And so really what we're doing moving forward, daily intervention or enrichment being offered to all Seguin ISD students, not just those that attended intercession. Okay, any questions?
Part of HB 1416, are we required, does district required to submit a report every year?
No, but we are going to start coding them in teams, or on Teams, and so that will be our, how we are calculating that. It's also in our accountability, so if we see the growth of our students, there is a portion of 14-16 and how many of those kids made their growth.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll move over to 4F, ACE program update by Allison Seidenberger.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here this evening. Very excited to share with you all the things that we're doing with ACE. So we started out with this prompt. ACE is the place, fill in the blank. And so we wanted to give you an opportunity to hear a little bit more about why ACE is the place and what is happening there. Okay? ACE is the place where we are aligned to our district improvement plan. So within the district improvement plan, there's 3 key areas that we support. One of those is academic achievement. Another is the relationship building, community building within the schools, and the tie from home to school
with the family engagement. And so we're definitely working toward all of those and making sure that we're making that happen. I wanted to give you an opportunity to see our staff. A lot of their work happens after hours, and I'm not sure that all of you have the opportunity necessarily to be able to see that. We're very proud of this team. The bottom 2 rows are our 9 site coordinators. If you are a Seguinite, you might recognize a few of these individuals. We have 3 Seguin High School graduates that are current ACE site facilitators, and everyone else is very connected to our Seguin community. The top row is my leadership team, and I will be speaking in a little bit more detail here shortly on a few of those individuals. So ACE is the place for an amazing team. ACE is the place to serve Seguin ISD and our community. So this grant is a just under $1.7 million grant. It is a 5-year 21st century grant. We are in year 3 of the 5. So this grant funding ends in 2026. So we are excited that we are able to serve within our grant 9 campuses, all 7 elementary and both middle schools. And the bottom right square shows you the targets that were written into the original grant that we have to meet. And so our target goals are 750 students being served within program, 380 adults being partnered with in family engagement opportunities, and maintaining a 15-to-1 ratio for the time that we spend with them to be sure that we're giving them the attention that they need. I'm very excited to share with you this data. So ACE is the place to serve awesome students. We are looking for the dark gold boxes. And I think that you can see there are quite a few of those, and we are only in February. So as of February 19th, 3 of the 9 campuses have met our student goals. And then on the far right, you can see that all 9 of our campuses have already met and well exceeded our parent engagement numbers. So we are at almost 200% of our parent engagement numbers or family engagement numbers. We are at 198% to be exact. And so I know that number is only going to continue to grow. We have a number of family engagement opportunities coming up. We love to partner with our families, and it's one of our favorite things to do. Listed here or pictured here, these are a lot of the photos from the posts that I put out within our X account, and also that one of our site coordinators facilitates for our Facebook account. But we try to always share and promote all of the good things that are going on with our families. We are required to do monthly events, and so you can see, try to lay that out for you with what that looks like within the given year. There are more than these that occur, but these are some of the highlights. So how do we maintain that 15-to-1 ratio? So could not do it without the collaboration and partnership of all the different listed entities here. So ACE is the place for us to learn and grow as both adults and kids. So while we have teacher, counselor, nurse, child nutrition team support within ACE, we also have college students and Seguin high school students. We can hire students once they are 16 years old, and we have a number of them. And I definitely try to celebrate them because I see them as I'm out and about at events and festivities. They're being inducted into NHS, and they're performing at the ballet competition, and they're on the basketball team. We just run the gamut. And it's really neat for our younger students to have time to partner and get to know them and see that as a vision for themselves. I would like to do that someday and look at how successful they're being. Another awesome partnership that was totally unexpected, but one that we absolutely love, TLU football team. We have about 20 football players that work for us, and they do amazing work. You have to see them in action. They do a great job. We go out and watch them do their thing as part of our programming, and then they come in. We have to be flexible. So you might look at the numbers and go, well, those numbers are high for a 15-to-1 ratio for the numbers that you have. But I want to point out, one teacher might be able to come Monday only, and one college student might be able to work for us Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and one high school student can't get there until 5, and another one can't start, has to leave. So it's a puzzle. So we get it done, and we definitely want to make sure that we have those ratios met so that we're being safe and that we're able to meet their needs, but it takes a team, and we are making that happen. But I wanted you to see the diversity of the group that helps us serve our kids. It's quite something. Also, ACE is the place to meet needs.
So I just wanted to share out some of our demographics so that you could see within our 905 current students, and I didn't speak to that number on that earlier slide. Last year at this time we were at 770 students, which was still over our allotted amount. We are at 905. So we're at about 121% of the number that we have to be, and again, we're in February. So just really proud of the efforts of us working, and the way that we get our students is collaborating with our campuses. Our campus teams and our campus leadership lets us know this is a kid or this is a family. Student services will reach out to us. This is a family, and we'll get them in. We'll work with FIA, get them added to transportation day of. It is a total, true team effort to meet the needs of our families. So you can see the percentages in the data there. I'm definitely not going to read all of these to you. If you haven't had a chance to look at this slide, though, please do. I threw out the prompt ACE is the place because to our families, just total voluntary. I told them what it was for. I was going to be sharing it with you guys and wanted to get some data for us. They know we do surveys where they're able to give us feedback at the end of the year, but I wanted to catch a snippet right now. Very heartwarming for me to see that all of the things that we're trying to accomplish with them came out reflected here. And I didn't require any set number. Every campus had answers that responded. So take a minute and look at that. It's really reassuring. They talk about the free food. They talk about the transportation. They talk about the academic support. They talk about the way their child feels valued and supported and cared for by the adults that they're working with. And that's exactly the sentiment that we want to leave them with. ACE is the place to ensure intentional work. Wanted to kind of lay out what our kind of standards are, what we're trying to look for. So we definitely have an academic focus, math and reading specifically, but we do integrate a lot of STEAM, science, experiments, SEL, that sort of thing. We have family engagement, attendance, and behavior. So those are all areas that we are evaluated in. Those of you that were on the board last year, we had a QAP process that we kind of explained to you. We are in transition, so we're cycle 11, cycle 12 has just started. They're revamping the evaluation process. So we're kind of in a pause, but we already know the direction that it's going, and we're already putting things in place to help us to be ready and to be successful. Basically, it's highly important that we're aligned to the school day so that we're providing the right kind of support to actually grow our students and be, an integrated part with the district partnership. And that's something that we're already working on. Just a little bit of data to the points that we have. So comparing last year to this year data, 65% of ACE students have fewer absences this year as compared to last year. 91% of ACE students have the same or fewer number of discipline referrals last year to this year. 87% of students have shown either growth or maintained stable from January of 23 to January of 24 in the iStation data. So I know we just heard a lot about that. I chose January because that kind of gives our fall programming a chance to kick in and kind of show efforts, right? So there are tons of data points that we can look at, but I'm proud that we're seeing gains and growth in those areas. So how are we getting to where we need to be? So ACE is the place for academic support. I've asked Ms. Pond to be here. Ms. Pond, would you please stand? This is Amanda Pond. So this is a new position that I knew joining this team December of last year. I recognize that we need to support that academic alignment. Ms. Pond and I work together at Jim Barnes Middle School. I've seen her in action, not only with students, but with adults. And I know the impact that she can have, and she definitely has done that. So here's a list of just some of the things, but kind of the high points that she's working on for our program. She is academic alignment to school day efforts 100%. She collaborates on a regular basis with academic deans, both at the district level and then at the campus levels. She works on daily academic lesson planning for kinder through 8th grade for that academic hour. So some of our site coordinators have education backgrounds, some do not. And that is a big ask to try to be aligned to school day curriculum when that's not your background and that's not your strength. So she's not only helping to support that, she's also training them. So we're doing a lot of professional development with our site coordinators so that they understand these things better, but she's ensuring that we're aligned to the day, knowing that with that collaboration, she's able to find out what are the gaps, what are the weaknesses, what are the things that we need to strengthen, and where can we best support. We also know that we have a lot of college and high school students serving in the tutoring capacity, and they also are not already certified teachers with an education background. So she writes those lessons with very detailed questions you might ask. If they get stuck, this is what it would look like. She goes to quite a bit of extensive detail to make sure that whoever is working with those kids has tools in hand to help them be as successful as possible. Both she and Denali, who's the next person I'm going to introduce, they both work on the lesson plan review and feedback for the other lessons, so there is an academic tie. They do modeling, coaching, site visits, all of those types of things, staff development support, and summer camp academic alignment. So I'm very, very thankful to Ms. Pond. So just wanted y'all to see a face for that. Academic enrichment, another thing that we're responsible for. Our site coordinators take the lead on this primarily. And if you just look at the pictures, you can see the diversity of what we offer. One of our newest clubs is Ballet Folklorico. That is a partnership with Mr. Rincon and the high school team. Both two of his dancers current are two of our teachers. One is a graduate, and the other is his former teacher. So it has come full circle, and they are doing great things, and they will be part of his performances in April. We also have a new robotics club that's taken off, and everybody's loving the cooking club. So you might want to come and check that out. The second person I'd like to introduce to you tonight is Ms. Denali Diaz. Denali, would you please stand? So Denali was our former site coordinator at Kinnicky, and she is newly this year our family engagement specialist. She has done amazing work. If you've been to any of our family events, I think I remember seeing some of you at the Dia de los Muertos event that was here. It's not just an event, come and be there. She makes it an experience because she puts her heart and soul into making sure that it feels special and that she's being very intentional with her work. I gave each of you at your spot on a ring tab. We recently had a Led by Lyrics event at the public library. So this is a partnership with the Seguin Public Library, a family event. They allowed us to showcase art and writing that the kids had done during programming that stayed in the library all week long. Then we held events that Saturday when parents came to see it, and Denali, in coordination with the librarian, created these flyers. I want you to look at the amount of detail and specifics that she included to not only represent some ways that families could go home and experience some of these things with their children at home, but it also promoted library activities that were available to families over summer and in the remaining weeks of school. And so that's a way for us to build that. While we were there that Saturday, 19 families signed up for library cards. So that was a pretty neat experience. So, and our library is absolutely a beautiful space to be. So I just thought it was worth showing. And this is just one event. So imagine that's happening at least one every month, and that's the level of detail that she's taking it to. Okay? Again, a lot of that middle part of that list is the same as Ms. Pond because we're a team. The three of us work together in tandem. Facilitation of ACE use of the Irma Lewis Outdoor Learning Center. Denali's background is PE and recreation. Pete's actually part of why we even have her on our team. And so she has a lot of background and skills that allow her to be a resource to that. So when we use the Outdoor Learning Center in summer programming or after school programming, we have a built-in tool and outlet for making that be as meaningful as possible because of her experience and her background. And then Texas 21st, which is the data where we submit daily data for TEA, she's familiar in navigating in that and serves as a resource for our team in that way. So that's a big help. All right, place to build stronger professional learning communities. Again, just pictures are worth a thousand words, and there's a lot there. That is a ton of hard work. Some of that reflects our work as a leadership team. There's also the college students and high school students. Anytime we have a half day or an intersession day, we have a professional development for them. So tomorrow is our next one, and we meet with them. We give them strategies, we give them tools, we give them opportunity to interact and engage with that. The kind of glow in the dark box is when we had our light up learning in the fall. Those are all Seguin ISD staff coming and reading at that event. So it's really, truly a partnership that takes all of us. So what happens during ACE? ACE is the place for a safe and engaging space from the end of the day until 6:30. This represents any of the things that you could walk into if you came to programming after school. We offer a free supper meal and healthy snack, academic support, enrichment opportunities including college and career exposure, recreational education, play, SEL, free transportation home if needed, relationship building, and family engagement. So this is what we're about and how we make that happen. ACE is the place for appreciation. I cannot speak enough to the reason that we're able to do as many of the things as we are is because of the support of all of the various groups within Seguin ISD. I'd like to specifically focus on the top two, just because that's daily. So our transportation team and our nutrition team. Without them, yes, we would serve supper and yes, we get them home. But I can't emphasize enough that we've transitioned from all cold meals in year 1 to warm meals in year 3. And we've transitioned from just going home to helping get us to field trips that are after school. So we don't just do stuff on the weekend, we actually take the kids during programming and we allow them to go to the public library and do an event. We take them to the outdoor learning center and do an activity. So we're able to tap into and give them enrichment opportunities within the school year, not just waiting for summer to offer those experiences. 2 people, I'm gonna let y'all read that, but these 2 individuals are not ACE employees, but I would like to make them ACE employees because they help us that much. So Mr. Cantu is our resident DJ. He is a man of many talents. I actually hired him as my music teacher when I was principal at Rodriguez Elementary, and he's awesomeness, so we love him. And then Ms. Chantil Van is, you know, the new teacher support specialist, but she actually lends that expertise to us as a department and joins us oftentimes at our PDs and our trainings. So really appreciate those 2 adopted ACE team members. ACE is the place for fun and educational summer programming. So we are underway with our planning. We've just opened up registration. We've just opened up teacher sign up. But here's some examples of the kinds of things that happened last summer. We served 428 elementary students and 115 middle school students, which numbers were significantly higher from year prior, and we're proud of the work that we did. So ACE is the place where we are proud of where we are, but we're not settled and we're not satisfied. We expect to keep growing ourselves in year 4 and 5. We're learning and growing. We want to serve as an extension of the school day in an even more meaningful and impactful way. We want to continue to establish those relationships not only within our Seguin ISD, but also with our partners outside of the community as well. We want to continue to meet the holistic needs of our students and our families. There's a lot of different kinds of support that we're able to provide, and they're all important to us. And we want to make sure that we are creating an even more positive, safe, and nurturing place for students to be, where they can see their value and their worth, and also just take their gifts out into the world and share them. So ACE is the place to follow us and see all the good things that we're doing. So if you're not already following us on X or on Facebook, love to have you join there so that you can keep track. We try to post on a regular basis. And then in front of you is a mirror, and it says ACE, Seguin Texas ACE says, thank you Seguin ISD Board for supporting ACE to be the place where we can build mirrors and windows for our students. I mentioned to you that Ms. Van and I partner a lot, and she'll come and join us. So this is one of our key points for tomorrow's training. And I was like, I like that. So I wanted to share that with you. So mirrors are for the students to see their value and their worth, and windows are for the students to see their limitless possibilities for their future. So we are thankful for that opportunity and appreciate your support. Any questions?
Any questions?
I just have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So this grant ends when?
2026.
Okay, so can we apply?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now they're just.
And the reapplication process, I believe, would probably begin in next year, just kind of watching how cycle 12, because we're 11. So cycle 12, a lot of them were cycle 10s, and so they've just gone through that process. So just kind of watching and listening, I feel like that process would begin next year. We would start the planning for it, and then we would know in that 5th year what the decision would be going forward from there.
Great. This is such an important program. I'm okay to see it lost. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just like to thank you, Allison, for, I know there was some challenges year 1, and you just came in and you went full force, full speed ahead. Thank you for you and your staff. Item 4G, submission of class size waiver to the Texas Education Agency. Mr. Otrevino will present.
Good evening, Board President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, Superintendent of Schools, board members, guests. During the school year, school districts must request a class size waiver from the Texas Education Agency anytime that a class between kindergarten and fourth grade exceeds the required maximum of 23 to 1. For this month, we only have one class at Kennedy, second grade. I'm sorry, yes, Kennedy, second grade. So we exceeded that by one. We need your acknowledgement that we will submit this request tomorrow for that waiver from TEA. And also FYI, there's no requirement and they do not accept for the last 12 weeks of each year. So this is the last time for this year that we are requesting this waiver.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Torino.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item number 4H, introduction of newly appointed administrators. Mr. Torino, you're up again.
Yes, Board President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, board members and guests. It is my privilege today to introduce to you our newly appointed administrator, our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Monica Lyons.
Thank you, Dr. Vigil, Board President, Mr. Guerrera, and Board Trustees. I'm excited to be here. You know, the community has been amazing, super friendly, couldn't be in a better place. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to support the efforts for Seguin ISD success. So thank you.
Thank you for being Matadors, or joining Matador Nation. So now we'll move on to item 5, closed session. Board will adjourn to closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. 5A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultations with legal counsel as necessary, to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. 5B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of employee or employees. Item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. So it is 8:54, and we will now close the open meeting and convene in closed session.
Are you going to take your recess? Or? Yes. A 10-minute recess? Yes. Thank you.
is 10:06, and we'll now reconvene the open meeting. The board will take appropriate action on items if necessary, as discussed in closed session. 6A, possible action on professional personnel, including appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee or employees. And there was no action taken for today. Item number 7, consent agenda items. Consider and possible approval as applicable policy. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. 7A, approval of board minutes of regular meeting January 23rd, 2024, and board workshop February 7th, 2024. 7B, approval of tax collection reports for January 2024. 7C, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for December 2023. 7D, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for January 2024. 7E, approval of donations received December 2023. 7F, approval of district-wide plumbing system maintenance, equipment, parts, and services, RFP 24-02. 7G, approval of district-wide HVAC system maintenance, equipment, parts, and services, RFP 2403. 7H, approval of district-wide facilities maintenance, electrical equipment, parts, and services. 7I, approval of district-wide special education services, RFP 24-05. 7J, approval of district-wide educational consulting services, RFP 24-06. 7K, Seguin ISD resolution regarding the Office of the Governor's Truancy Prevention Grant. 7L, first reading for consideration for approval of the Texas Association of School Boards Policy Update 122, affecting legal and local policies. 7M, request for professional development waiver 2024 through 2025. 7N, request for low attendance waivers. 7O, request for low attendance waivers. 7P, information regarding Seguin ISD purchase of conceptual design from PB Groups LLC. 7Q, personnel information, professional employees. 7R, acknowledged Public Information Act request, January through February 2024. Does any board member request to pull an individual item?
Mr. President, I request to pull item 7P from the consent agenda.
Item 7P, that would be parallel or middle? Review.
Good evening, President Gadab, Superintendent Vicky, and members of the board. This item, and I would like to make a correction, it's not for conceptual designs, it's for professional services that are provided by PB Group. These projects are in regards to the Ag Science Facility and the Transportation Facility. I do have the scope of work that was given to us by PB Group. So for the Transportation Facility, their scope of work is going to include the design of approximately 3,500 square foot addition of a prefabricated metal building added to the existing building, the demolition of the existing parking lots, and redesign of a new 120 bus stall parking lot. It's estimated that the project will cost about $3.1 million, and their cost is 7% of that project for $222,075. And then I do have the Ag facility, and this is for the design of approximately 28,455 square feet of a new metal building, adding parking lots and driveways. And this is expected to come to a total of $8.65 million, and their 7% comes to a total of $504,583.33.
And this was all part of the bond 2022?
Yes, ma'am, bond 2022 includes both of these projects.
And the fee that we're paying them to do this designing, that's coming out of that bond money as well?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Out of those projects funds?
Yes, out of bond 2022 project funds.
It's just almost $750,000 for us just to all raise our hand and say yes for that to happen. I wanted to pull it, that's why.
Yes, sir.
And it's because of I know the policy is anything over 50,000, but when it's like 750,000, I feel like it needs to be talked about.
Okay,
So thank you,
absolutely.
Brooke.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. So do I hear a motion to accept consent agenda item?
Mr. President, I move that we accept consent agenda items 7A through 7R.
We just have to vote on B first, since we pulled it.
Yes.
It's an information item though.
No, we're just voting on P right now, right? And then we'll do the whole thing? Because it was full, or can we still do it all together?
Separate, but I'm looking for it wasn't C. It was a P, 7P. So we'll let that one separately on. So do I hear a motion to accept separately from the consent agenda item 7P? Information regarding, motion was made by Ben Malone.
Second.
Second by Joshua Bright to accept item 7P, information regarding Seguin ISD purchase of conceptual design from PB Groups LLC. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed, 7-0. So now I need a motion to accept the rest of the consent agenda items.
And I move that we accept consent agenda items 7A through 7R, except P.
I second the motion.
Motion has been made by Ben Amador, second by Linda Duncan, to accept the consent agenda items A through R, except for P. We have any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed, 7-0. So now we'll move on to item 8, which is the action items. 8A, consider approval of the renaming of Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center, portion of the Seguin ISD Administration Building. Do I hear a motion?
Is there there's no presentation of? No. Okay.
Mr. President, I move to name the Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center with Jack Lee Learning Center. Or whether we have
Jack Lee?
Jack.
Motion has been made to accept the name of Jack Lee by Carl Jenkins and second by Ben Amador. So any discussions? Any discussions?
So I'd like to say a couple things. First of all, I was one of those people who was blessed to have Mr. Lee as a teacher, and I can assure you that I would not be here without him. And he inspired a whole generation of Seguin kids to get involved in their community and to care about what happens in their community. And if everybody has at least one teacher like Jack Lee, they're all the better for it. So I want to say that to start with. But also, I think we've gotten a little behind in Seguin ISD. We have the chance to name a lot of things. There are parts of buildings and fields and all kinds of things that could be named so that future generations understand the amazing people who gave things to this community. People who were on the board and did big things, people who were educators and community members and supporters. We have the chance to do that, and I would like to see us be very intentional. Thank you very much. The English major. Be very intentional in coming up with some opportunities very soon, so that even more of these people and other people can be honored.
And I appreciate so much all those who contributed and mentioned names and put forth names. One thing to me that stands out about Jeff Lee is that he loved this community. And like you said, he taught a whole generation of our students to care about civics and to care about their community. One big thing that I saw just from being involved in the community and being involved in different groups is he would be the go-to person if we needed volunteers. And he was always looking for opportunities to get our students involved in the community. And so many community service hours have been done, and it wouldn't have happened without him. And so I salute that about him. And this is a way to keep his memory alive and a way to show that being involved in civics in your community is important. It's a lifelong skill, and we're all better because of Jack Lee. And I know, Carl, you would agree that maybe on a political spectrum, you might have had different opinions and ideals, but everyone could have a conversation with him. And it was more important for him that we would be involved in processes than to argue about this or this, right or left, middle, whoever you are. Just to engage each other and to do what's best in the end for students and for community.
And he did for his heart and soul, like in the school, and to the kids, and to the community.
Yes, he's one of those that definitely leave an impact. I asked both of my children, they still remember him very well. So I just want to echo Denise's comments that she made, that this board will create other opportunities, that the facilities that can be named for other individuals that also made a significant impact in this district. If there's no more questions, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed 7-0. We'll move on to item 8B, review and approval of 2023-24 optional flexible school day program. Applications for Seguin High School and Graduation Alliance. Mr. Cristóbal Saldaña and Christine Perez.
Well, good evening, President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, members of the board. So we're here to reaffirm our partnership with Graduation Alliance in our dropout recovery efforts. And this presentation looks familiar. It's because we did kind of go over it previously, but we're here to resubmit our application to TEA. So Graduation Alliance is a dropout recovery program that provides students with materials and human supports in their efforts to attain a high school diploma. Graduation Alliance supports include a laptop with internet access, academic coaches, and is available to individuals up to 26 years of age. Again, the goal is to help students earn high school credits towards their diploma. The platform is accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It serves our emerging bilinguals, students who participate in the 504 program, and the special education program. It is cost neutral. Funds for the program are recovered through completed coursework by the students. This program provides maximum upside with minimal risk under the new accountability plan. On our part, as a district, we commit to one teacher, one counselor, and at least one administrator to oversee the program. We provide ESL, 504, and SPED services as appropriate, and we publicize the program. For Graduation Alliance, they provide the equipment, the technology, and again, multiple human supports. The application process for this program is similar to our flexible school day application. It requires a program description, staffing information, scheduling information, and a plan for tracking attendance. Once it's reviewed, TA will notify the district of our approval. On the student side, students will apply through an interest survey. Graduation Alliance will make the initial contact with the student and let the school know that there is student interest. Seguin High School will provide the transcripts and will notify social services when appropriate. And once approved, orientation with Graduation Alliance will be scheduled. And as the student completes the program and earns their high school diploma, they will be eligible to walk with our graduates as a Seguin Matador graduate. Any questions?
Any questions, board?
Do we happen to know like how many this helped get their diploma last year, last couple years, last 5 years?
So this particular part of the program is new to us for Seguin ISD. We currently have 7 students enrolled, 2 that are meeting the benchmarks that Graduation Alliance has set. We've got another, I'm sure I say this right, 3 that are working, just not quite at the pace that we want, and another 2 that are just beginning the process. On the application, the number that was recommended by Graduation was 150. I don't know that we'll get to 150. It'd be awesome if we did. I can tell you, I did run our numbers from last school year. Our 4-year graduation rate as of last year was 88.4. So there were about 60 students that didn't complete their high school education for one reason or another. Under the 5 years, 91.2, so that's another 44 students. And 6 years, 92.1, so 39 students. So there's definitely a possibility to recover our graduates, our possible graduates.
So if we get approved for this program with the TA, would we be able to reach out to those students and be like, hey, we got all the stuff, can we do it?
Part of the partnership is we will share our list of students who did not complete, and Graduation Alliance makes contact with those individuals.
Awesome, thank you.
If they don't still live in the community, can they still participate if they've moved to another town or something?
So the answer to that is yes. Well, I want to make sure that we are servicing our students who come through our Seguin doors. So that's yes, that is yes. They will be able to complete their diploma. If they're working, one like a trucker who's maybe working, someone who's maybe working in oil field needs to be able to access. Absolutely.
Mr. President, move for approval of the 2023-2024 optional flexible school day program application for Seguin High School and Graduation Alliance.
Motion has been made to approve item 8B by Linda Duncan, second by Ms. Mueller. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. The next item C, consideration and approval of an order authorizing the issuance of the district's unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2024A, and the maximum amount of $91 million, levying an ad valorem tax for the payment thereof, delegating the authority to district staff to approve and execute related documents and other matters in connection therewith.
Good evening again. This is in regards to bond 2022. This will be the second sale of 3 that we are planning to do. The third one will be next year, and Victor has a small presentation for us in regards to the second sale.
Honorable President, members of the board, Dr. Mejia, thank you for having me here this evening. For the record, my name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance. We have the honor of representing the district as your financial advisor. Out of respect for your time, I do have a presentation here for you, but I'll just maybe cut to the chase and let you know exactly what you're voting on. Yes, I'm getting points, that's the whole point. So basically, this agenda item, which was written by the district's bond attorneys who are also present here this evening, Lauren Ferrero and RJ Reese with McCall Park and Norton, prepared this agenda language and also the bond order that you're considering this evening. It's a legal action that you're taking to allow us and the administration to move forward on another bond sale as a result of the voter authorization that you received November 2022 for $131 million. So far, we've sold $40 million. We'll have $91 million left to sell. Our plan is to issue $45 million next week. We'll be locking in the interest rate. The action you're taking this evening is just allowing myself and the administration to continue moving forward with that bond documentation process, go into the bond market next Wednesday, lock in an interest rate for you. And then you're basically just delegating the authority to Dr. Vigil or Mr. Romero to sign the final documents for the bond sale. Based off of that projected timeline, we should get to the bond proceeds into your construction fund on April 3rd, so you can continue with the projects that the voters allowed you to issue. One thing I do want to point out is that just today, we found out from Moody's that they affirmed the district's strong underlying credit rating. This is your true credit rating. That's at the AA3 that you see there on the right side. That's only 2 notches or 3 notches below the best rating, which is AAA rating. But because the Texas Education Agency offers a special program to allow you to market bonds using the state's credit rating, we're going to be able to utilize again the state's perfect AAA credit rating when we market these bonds next week. That's important because with these credit ratings, the higher the credit rating you have, the lower the interest rate we're going to be able to get on your bonds. And so it's a very valuable program that's going to save your taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars over the life of the 30-year bond. That is hopefully quick enough there. Maybe the clip notes if you're old enough to remember what those were. But I'll be happy to answer any questions. I know there's other information in here that you've seen in the past, but as Mr. Romero indicated, our plan is to issue the remaining authorization, about $46 million, about this time next year.
Board, was there any questions? Thank you. Do we hear a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve item 8C as read.
Motion has been made by Christine. Denise? Second by Ben Amador to approve action item 8C. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed 7-0. Item 8D, consideration and approval of an order authorizing the issuance of the district's unlimited tax refund bonds, Series 2024B, in the maximum amount of $22,984,950.90, levying a net lower tax for the payment thereof, delegating the authority to district staff to approve and execute related documents and other matters in connection therewith.
So that's me again. So this is a really neat opportunity here for the district. This is a unique refinancing program that's available based off the interest rate environment that we're in. But to give you a very quick background, in 2020, we took an opportunity to issue taxable bonds as a special tax category. And we refinanced at the time the district's outstanding Series 2014 bond issuance. When we did that refinancing, we were able to save your taxpayers about $11.4 million in interest cost savings. So here, two things are working in our favor, the short-term interest rate environment and the fact that we're also issuing another bond program at the same time, and so we're able to achieve some cost savings. But the action you're taking today would be allowing us to move forward on this unique refinancing opportunity that we call an escrow to maturity. we're going to be able to squeeze out a little bit more refinancing savings for you and your taxpayers, about $1.1 million on top of the 11.4 that the district already achieved back in 2020. So the action you're taking today would allow us to move forward with that bond transaction. That's going to happen at the same time we issue the $45 million next week, next Wednesday, so we'll be able to lock in interest rate and report back to you the final savings that we're going to achieve for you. Right now, conservatively speaking, we're projecting and hoping for about $1.1 million in additional savings. I have this slide up to you here just to illustrate that the bonds that we're taking out, about $22 million, we're still going to pay them off as scheduled. We're not extending the repayment term. This is solely us getting interest cost savings through a change and adjustment in the interest rate. So same thing like the other action item, you're again delegating that authority so that we go into the bond market next week. Dr. Healer, Ms. Romero has the authority to sign the final documents and lock in the interest rate on behalf of the district, so long as we meet minimum parameters. And I failed to mention earlier that when we talked to Moody's rating agency that assigned the great ratings that the district has, Ms. Romero did a great job presenting that information to Moody's rating agency last week, and so I just wanted to give credit where credit's due. She did a wonderful job presenting the district to Moody's. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, but this is again just a refinancing opportunity to save your taxpayer monies.
I just want to comment that we've done a few of these,
yes.
and I'm really, I just want to thank you for being so diligent and looking for these opportunities, because we've saved the taxpayers quite a bit.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot about my favorite last slide that I like to end with. It just illustrates the actions that the board has taken in being prudent with taxpayer monies. And you can see how much the districts have been able to save over the years when you're pursuing these refinancings for interest cost savings. And so this is just in addition to what the district has done in the past few years in excess of $23 million.
Significant.
Yes, yes.
Do I hear a motion to accept item 8D?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we accept item 8D as read.
I second the
Motion has been made by Denise Crittenden and second by Linda Duncan. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed, 7-0.
Thank you for having us here this evening, and thank you for letting us be part of the district. And we'll continue to get to work and go into the bond market next week, and we'll report those results to the administration.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for having us.
So item 8E, consider appointing a budget committee for the board of trustees.
Yes, last year our budget committee consisted of Trustee Crittenden, Trustee Jenkins, and Trustee Bright. So this year we are asking to appoint our 24-25 budget committee.
And I have spoken with 3 individuals and they agreed to participate. Denise, Joshua Bright, and Ben Amalo. They said they would be very willing and happy to participate.
Thank you. I move for approval of appointing a budget committee for the board of trustees consisting of Denise Crittenden, Ben Amador, and Joshua Bright.
Second.
Motion has been made by Linda Duncan to approve item 8E. Are there any discussions? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passed, 8-0, 7-0.
Okay,
Need a break. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
We'll move on to item 8F, consideration and adoption of human sexuality instruction materials based on School Health Advisory Council recommendations. Pete Silva.
Well, good evening, Board President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, board members. It's good to be with you all tonight. Kara Hall is also with me. Yeah, please, yeah. So if you, I want to take the opportunity to introduce you to Kara Hall, our lead nurse, and if you haven't had a chance to interact with her, she's a pretty special person, so you need to. She does wonderful things in the district. So we're here tonight to bring a recommendation to you from the School Health Advisory Council. And I want to back up a little bit and give you guys a little bit of a timeline to help you remember. In June of 2022, some of you were here at that time, and you submitted a resolution to charge the SHAC to start investigating sexual health curriculum that we might adopt in Seguin ISD. In July of 23, last year, you approved a recommendation from the SHAC to go forward with Living Well Aware at the 9th grade, at the 6th grade level, and the SHARE program at the 9th grade level. At that time, you invited us to consider further considerations for additional content that could be shared out with our students. And so we're back with another recommendation from the SHAC, and I want to point out a couple of rules that changed with legislation at the 87th regular session. House Bill 1525, there's two kind of significant changes. One being that anytime we adopt health curriculum, it needs to come from a recommendation from the SHAC, so that's number one. And number two is that any health curriculum related to human sexuality must provide a provision for parents to opt in. So we can't deliver that instruction without parents actively saying, I want my student to participate in this. And so this recommendation that we're bringing to you today falls in line with those guidelines. So we've had, the SHAC has met twice. So the SHAC held two public meetings, one in November. The most recent meeting was in January to discuss the curriculum, and so we bring a recommendation from them now. Pending your approval and adoption this evening, we would have that curriculum happen this spring. And so the program that we would use is something that's created by the Procter & Gamble company. So it's video series that live in public domain. We would house them on our district website so that everyone could see them. We house them on the SHAC page. But that would also be the place where teachers, and that's why Kara is here tonight, her team would take the lead on the instruction piece of this as the nurses to provide that video. There's a boys video and a girls video. I hope you might have had a chance to see them. Judging by the time of night, you probably don't want to view those right now. But so, Kara, do you have anything to add?
We can have a whole lesson.
Really, thank you. I just want to say really quick thank you for the introduction, and nursing can only do what they do because of all of you. So thank you so very much. As far as these videos go, just so you know, they're shown separately. Boys are taken with male teachers, usually the gym teacher, and then females are taken with the nurse and any other female teacher willing to be in the room to help answer questions.
And some of the information, I did watch them both. I mean, some of the information is shared between each video, and then it kind of splits, and it talks about female reproductive and male reproductive. They're not bad, they're good.
Yeah, echoing Linda Duncan, I also watched both those because I have a son who's going to be going through this video next year, and I thought they were excellent videos, and they were very easy to talk to and talk through, and I appreciate the SHAC going out and finding these videos and bringing this to us and doing all the hard work that you all do.
Thank you. They definitely open up for good conversations with our students.
I do have a question though on the, so being a little selfish here, at Vogel, the gym teacher is not a man.
Well, it would
And the
be-
leaders at Kaniki or a few other elementary schools, the gym teachers are, so are we going to identify male teachers that are comfortable doing this?
We do. We identify male teachers that are comfortable prior to the video being shown. Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. The male teachers who are comfortable showing the video and answering questions after. Yes, and that's usually discussed with campus principal too.
And if we find that there's not sufficient support out of campus, we'll find district level support to deliver that.
Which there's plenty of.
Yes. Yeah.
Will the parents have an option to, let's say, for example, if they want to do a one-on-one with their student, to see this video?
Certainly, yes.
So in the opt-out, opt-in form, opt-out, opt-in form that goes out, the links will be attached so that parents can preview the video and watch it with their child if they'd like to. And they will on YouTube.
That's right. So, yeah, we'll post them and communicate with parents about it. The kind of heavy lift for parents is that if they want their child to participate, they must sign the online waiver that we have. And so they can choose to show it at home if they want to do that, or they can do their own thing at home if they would like to. But if they want to their child to participate at school, they must sign that.
They need to sign in whether it's here.
Yes, yeah, actively sign in.
Any more questions? Do I hear a motion to approve item 8F?
Mr. President, I move to adopt the recommendation from the School Health Advisory Council regarding the puberty education.
Second.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright and second by Ms. Critney. Any discussions? Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity on a busy night. I failed to say that our track chair was here, Mark Dibble. He had to tap out, but he was here. So we appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you all for making that.
No problem.
And now we'll move on to item 8G, Seguin ISD District of Innovation Amendment, Teacher Certification. Dr. Ho.
Good evening, once again, Board President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, members of the board and community. Earlier this evening, during the public hearing, I presented information on the proposed amendment of the Seguin ISD District of Innovation Plan regarding teacher certification, waivers for Texas Education Code 21.051 and Texas Education Code 21.003. This is now an opportunity for the board to take action on this amendment. I'd be happy to go over anything again if you would like, or we can just go with the, if there's no questions, we can go ahead with the administration recommendation to approve the.
Mr. President, I move for approval for the Seguin ISD District of Innovation Amendment for teacher certification.
Motion has been made by Lieutenant Duncan to approve item 8G and second by Joshua Bright. Any discussions? Any discussions?
I have
Okay,
one, sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
So on here, I thought the other one said fine arts, and this one says theater arts. Is it just theater arts, or is it?
It's fine arts.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just, it says theater arts on here, just, oh, sorry.
okay, the one that was in there, I think, yeah. The one that was on the website is.
I just want to make sure we're passing the
Yes,
right.
I'm sorry.
All, yeah, that's fine.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed 7-0. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item H, personnel action, special employees, Mr. Trevino.
Good evening, Board President Guerra, Dr. Vigil, board members, guests. We seek your approval in the employment of 3 professional candidates, for under the District of Innovation Plan designation, and this would be 3 mathematics teachers. They have been vetted, they have a strong background in mathematics, more than 15 or more semester hours in mathematics, college level. So we feel confident, and they've been long-term substitutes as well in Seguin High School, doing a very good job.
Mr. Trevino, we have 3 vacancies in the math at the high school because these guys were long-time subs. will they fill those vacancies now?
Exactly.
I thought so, but I just wanted to put two and two together.
Do I hear a motion to approve item eight, 8H?
Just to be clear.
Correct. 3.
Do I hear a motion to approve item 8H?
Mr. President, I move to approve item 8H. That's right.
Motion has been made by Joshua Bright to approve item 8H. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ben Amador. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed, 7-0. 8-9, board comments and reports. Any board members have any comments or reports? We'll move on to item number 10, to adjourn the meeting. Do we hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Motion has been made by Ben Amador and second by Denise. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed, 7-0. I also have to remind the board members to stick around because we've got 2 resolutions that we have to sign. Everybody has to sign.